Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please take your seats. Please take your seats. A warm welcome to all of you present here in Palermo, overlooking the beautiful Mediterranean Sea, to the International Stakeholder Conference 2025. And of course, also to all of you watching this from all over the world, a warm welcome to you too. My name is Katarina Rolfsdotter Jansson. I'm honored to be coming back as the moderator for the International Stakeholder Conference. I recognize quite a few faces from last year's event in Sweden. And today we will of course focus on digitalization, policy, and harmonization. And we will examine how AI and also optimized data flows can enhance the implementation of the EPDs globally. We will delve into the evolving European and also global evolving policies. There are quite a few interesting ones. We will focus on particularly the eco-design for sustainable products regulation, of course, and also the construction products regulation. And of course, we'll promote the alignment. The alignment is key here across industries by streamlining and also standardizing the EPD practices. And we're talking about enhancing transparency, credibility, and of course also comparability. So that's why we're here, and also, of course, we will be networking during the breaks. There are coffee tables happening later during the day, so there will be exciting things going on throughout the day. And just like last year's event that I had the pleasure of moderating, we have, here you see the coffee tables, different ones, and also here you see this is a keynote and the agenda presentation for the day. Before we start, I'd like to give you some housekeeping rules for those of you present here in the room. There is a badge distinction, and you can also see that the breaks will be served, sorry to say that for the people not present here, but it's on the terrace overlooking the Mediterranean. So we'll enjoy the breaks of the lunch, those of us present here. And the questions. We are very eager to receive questions from all of you here in Palermo, and also all of you watching this online. So we use Menti. There's a QR code in the program, and there's a code. So please send in questions to the speakers, and I will get them up and feed it to me in my iPad. Because you're all experts in different fields in this area, so your questions will be very interesting for the speakers, of course. And there will be online moderators supporting this process, so I'll be able to keep my focus on the speakers and on you in the audience. So, excellent. And also housekeeping, if anything happens, we see the fire escape doors. And the muster point, if anything happens, is outside of the restaurant. And as I mentioned earlier, there's coffee breaks and lunch upstairs in the terrace. So, throughout the day, you will see people from the International EPD System Secretariat. Christian is over there. Also Ariadna, who has been working hard to put this conference together. They'll be circling around during the day, and the reception is always manned if you have a question about anything. So we're doing this together, right? Ask questions, mingle, and we'll make things happen during and also after. This is the Secretariat, so you can identify the people. Maybe you would like to raise your hands, those of you that are in the room here for the Secretariat, so you people can look around, see where they find you. Most of them are probably outside or in the back room working with the broadcasts and the slides, etc., etc. Wonderful. Let's move to thank the sponsors. Of course, this event is made possible by the generosity and involvement by the sponsors and stakeholders. And you can see them here. And they're all dedicated to the advancements of the life cycle assessments, and also, of course, the digitalization and sustainability. And this is really helping to shape the future becoming more transparent and data-driven in terms of the environmental aspects. Special shout out, of course, to Barilla, the gold sponsor, and also Ian Docs by BIB. Thank you very much indeed for making this possible. All right, let's move to the first Menti question. And I'd like you to be engaged in this as a little icebreaker, and also for us to see who is in the room. Here's the QR code. Who is in the room and who is also following us online. So those of you online, please also take part in this Mentimeter question in the beginning. And the question is quite easy, actually. Who are you? That's a big question. Who am I? But it's a way of seeing who is present here in the room. So there'll be different categories, and soon we will see what category you fit in. Yeah? Are you excited to be here? Looking forward to engaging with everyone. What is your mode here? And the mood and the mode. I'm curious about the discussions. Let's see how this pans out. A little bit more hesitant. And the last one, really, really ready. Wonderful. And also we'll see which country are you joining from. It's like a miniature UN in here, and also online. That's wonderful. Italy is the strongest representation so far, and Germany, France, and Sweden coming up also, of course. And I'm Swedish, so I'm not pushing any Menti questions from here, but that's my nationality, as you might know already. Somebody's from France and Sweden, that's good. Malaysia. I know we have a family, actually, a couple that have their beautiful son with them, all the way from India. So it's a long journey. You're very welcome to join, of course. Indonesia, that's also far away. Korea, and that might be online participants, of course. Well, thank you for sharing, taking part in this first little endeavor here. We also have this question here. What are you most looking forward to? Networking with industry experts. That's the number, that's the darkest green. Excited to learn about the latest in EPD and sustainability. That would be a little bit more of the paler green. And the real pale green, can't wait to hear the keynote speakers. To get to know the Secretariat team. That's the red one, and 27, looking forward to productive discussions. You might want to take all the boxes, actually, or all the pie charts here. But this is the predominant feeling that you're harboring right now, that we're after. Latest in APD and sustainability. I think it's good that was the biggest one, don't you think so, too? Excellent. Let's move on. We have the first keynote speaker ready for us here, next to the stage. We will learn more about LC and evolving regulatory landscape. We're delighted to, sorry, I'm a little bit too far ahead in my schedule here. That's not you, Daniel. You need to get your own presentation. Daniel Olafsson, he's Chief Production Officer at BIM.com. And he will share his insight about revolutionizing LCD and EPDs. And the title is The Power of Digitalisation and AI. And please feed in questions to Daniel while he speaks, and I will get them up on my iPad. So please give Daniel Olafsson a big warm hand.
So thank you for the nice introduction. And thank you for having me here. What an amazing crowd. I mean, good morning. Actually, we will start this day by traveling approximately 300 years back in time. It was a place where we was approximately 700,000 people on Earth. We were mainly making our own land, making our own clothes, our own equipment. It was a quite low pace of productivity. There was one big issue, the increasing population. We're becoming more and more people, so the goods and the food we had wasn't enough. So basically, we're starving. During that time period, there was also a really big invention that changed almost everything. It was a steam machine. It was a technology that couldn't be competed by men. So basically, it changed our whole way of living, working, and doing stuff, basically. It took us approximately 250 years to make the transition. But when it was over, we have changed everything. 250 years is a really, really long time. But what we're seeing as a trend and the pace is that transition and changes is going quicker and quicker. So if we move a little bit forward, we have the Industrial Revolution. This took us about 80 to 100 years, half the time of the Industrial Revolution. Later on, we had computing coming in. It took us approximately 25 years to adapt to this new technology and this revolution. For those of you that is old enough to remember when we used the phone for calling, we see nowadays you have the phone for everything. So it has taken us approximately 10 years to change your complete behavior of life. And as you maybe heard from what this speech is about, maybe you can guess what I would claim will be the next big revolution. I think in AI. But before we're jumping into that, I think we also look into, okay, what is the secret sauce of creating a big change or a revolution, so to say? I think when we gathered around an issue, or we're gathering around something that we really would like to change our habit and give us something very much comfortable in life, that will be required. What we also see is that it's very much around involving new technologies. You need to have something that's actually pushing this change. I mean, without the computer, without electricity, or without the smartphone, we couldn't change our behavior as well. Not to forget, it's also when you do this transition, it's affecting basically everyone. And what is also very in common is that when you, in this beginning, no one is really up for it. It's not that you think, well, I would like to change, but when we have passed and you look back, you don't want to go back and change again. Imagining a world without smartphones today will be quite difficult, I would say. So who am I? I'm Daniel, as you have heard. I'm a little bit of a geek. I like to do computer coding. I like to do LCA. That is what I have done for my entire life. And I have also done this revolution. So I'm convinced that AI works and are here. But I wasn't in the beginning. If we start in 2019, this was the first time I was exposed to AI. And I thought, it was a cool thing, something maybe we can do something about. It took quite many years until I'm starting to really try it out. So in 2022, I was really trying to introducing and say, it's cool, but it doesn't really make the job. But something happened late 2022. GPT first version come out. It was mind-blowing. I mean, it can do things way faster than I was doing it before. And I was a bit like a code machine. I was like sitting and just writing stuff and just be very, very productive. So I was almost like in an existential crisis. Say, okay, what should I supposed to do? I mean, this was my life. It lasted for some time. I started to use it. I said, maybe I need to work with it, not against it. Then I started to use it. It took me some time. It was not immediately. But now, I can say that I have never been so productive that I am right now. And I will never go back to reality where I don't have AI. So what is AI then? Artificial intelligence is when machines or computer programs are designed to think and learn like humans. And what is that then? I mean, often what we see models as today, I think we all have heard about Gemini, GPT, DeepSeek, and so on. There's many different versions, but they're all building on the same theory. You have the training data, algorithms, and computing power. And to reflect that a little bit into what we do as human beings, we can see training data is like our training data. All the movies we have seen, all the books we have read, all the conversations we have had, and we can store that, and that is your training data as a person. Algorithms, you can almost see how you utilize this training data. You have learned something, how do you put it into practice? You have learned math, but you need to learn to adapt it. And computing power, how much things can we do at the same time? So, I mean, it works very much as a human. But if I take any one of you and ask you to build a car, maybe some of you can, but most probably most of you can't, because we haven't learned. The same goes with AI. If you would send in and say, can you please make me an EPD? It will for sure do, but the result would most likely be very, very bad, or very, very wrong, I would claim. So we need to train the AI to actually do what we ask it to. This is what we call scaffolding. How can we train the model to actually perform the tasks that we do? And the biggest difference between us and AI is like the training data, we cannot compete with AI. They learn so many things. Even if you are like these mind experts, I don't know if you have seen, we have a Swedish guy, he learned the whole phone book by heart. But even though we can't compete. But with algorithms, we are still really, really, really much smarter. We're speaking about context window. We as people can have huge context windows still and understand relations between stuff. This the AI can't. We have a very limited context window. This is why we need to build these different scaffolding models to put them together. We're speaking EPDs, of course, and how is this relating the industrial revolution, the computerization and everything to this? I think we have a huge issue. We have the climate crisis. I mean, if you look at the good way that we all in this room is enabling this, is but to the first step to get enhanced products, services, and things into place is to be able to demonstrate it to people, to take decisions, make fact-based decisions. And what we all have common in this room, we work with the best tool in the world to do so, EPDs. So what are we lacking? If we go through a little bit of the history of EPDs, fast forward a little bit, but we see, I mean, not exactly, but speak about 28, 30, 40,000 EPDs published year to date, which is amazing. We should be really proud about this. But to make conscious choices, I would claim that we need to use something like this. We need to have many, 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 many more EPDs. Not 10, not 100, like millions EPDs. Then we can make conscious choices. Then I think everyone in this room also say, yes, very good idea, but how do we do that? And we will come into that. But first, the reason why EPDs is also so good document is because we have a really high quality and trust within this. And I think we should be really proud about. It's actually a quite funny story to this. There is an index in Sweden. It's called Sustainable Brands Index. It's going out every year. They ask about 100,000 respondents to say what they think about sustainability and the trends. And one question they have had all the years is, how many is willing to pay more for sustainable products? These have always increased until 2023. It have decreased. And when you look into the reasons, you find it's not that people don't want to select or pay for sustainability, but they don't understand what it is. They cannot make these choices, and then they're not willing to pay. The green label on the box saying climate-free is not enough anymore. So we need to give them a value, some quantity, something. And that's, I think, EPDs is the best in the world to do. The risk, though, if we want to achieve these 2 million EPDs in 2 years, is that we do it too fast. Too fast, too low quality. Then we will lose all the purpose. I mean, then they're back again. Who will pay for something that they don't trust? No one. So the trick, we need to go here. I think we need to do it faster, but we need to keep the quality in one way or another. And here we come in to how do we do that then? I would claim that AI loves EPDs. AI have the right format to actually work with the context of EPDs. It's standardized. All of you here have spent a month of time the last decade to build in the different regulatory framework of how this should be done. Without that, this wouldn't be possible. So the most common question I get is Kent. He's an SA engineer at our company. And the most frequent questions I get, will AI replace us then? Will we just send in something in a box and then it will come EPDs? No, I don't think so. But it will enhance us. I mean, I'm still here. I'm still writing code, but I do it way much better than I did before. So I think not replacing, enhancing. So for the next 20 minutes, I will actually present my journey to say, okay, how have I been trying to work with AI in EPDs? Which findings have we made? And how have we actually done it and what result we can draw from it? And we start a little bit with who we are. We are BIMobject. We are a Swedish-based company. We are listed on First North. We are around 170 people and made EPDs for the last 10 years. And we had for the last 3 years, we had a team of approximately 12 people that are working on this task. And what was the goal for this task then? The goal was to create high-quality EPD in hours. Maybe we will not reach it, but I mean, we need to have something to work with at least. So this was the working goal we set a few years ago. And to reach this, I think this is a quite common method that I think most of you recognize. We need to have data collection to bring the data in. We need to do the modeling of the data to come up with the right performance. We, of course, need to do some type of reporting so we can present it to people, in this case in EPD. And we need to make sure that the values is correct, so the verification of an EPD. If we start a little bit with in-data, I have, for the last 10 years, visited hundreds or even thousands of companies and tried to help them how they can actually bring their data to life and how they can store it in a good way. And what is very common when you face a company, they think the data looks something like this. It's quite structured and so. And it's not because the data is not structured, but I don't know which data that is needed to actually create an LCA in EPD. So when I come with a list of demands, we actually found out that it looks more like this. Some data will be in documents, some data will be in databases, some data will be on a C drive somewhere, and we need all the data. So the idea was, how can we pick this data up, and how can we go from this unstructured, disconnected data onto a structured, organized flow. And last time I was showcasing this, I was doing a live demo. I didn't really dare this today, so I have made a movie instead. So let's see if this works. So this is our tool. What we do now is that we open what we call the Copilot. For everything in the Copilot, you always create a work session to some context that you need to work with. Remember that I said with the context window. We need to limit what it should do, otherwise it do completely wrong. When you're done, we need to upload a file. In this case, we work with something that's called a work pack or tech pack that is very common for the industry. It goes very quick, but you maybe have seen. This you can post later on. We upload the file. We now decide to create the components from this file. Can you pause a bit here? What we're doing here, never mind. I can go walk you through. But what we're doing here is that we can give it different context and upload the documents. It creates different type of components in a structure from this file. But I didn't really like the structure. I want this sub-component level as well, because the AI only do what they think, so I need to give it instructions. Now I tell it, can you please restructure the data into this set instead of sub-components, like the upper. We give it the instruction, and it restructure the data. We now want to extract material for the different components that was into the file. So now we are taking the component and give it different type of cotton and polypropylene and so on to match this. Maybe we want to know something more about a certain component. We ask this and say, okay, can you give me more information about this? Because this can be from wherever. It can be from the database, it can be from the different sheets and so on. And we got a summary on what the AI have actually extracted. So we can actually find the source of the data of this. We also, when we're doing this material matching, I mean, the AI can find many different alternatives to say, okay, which material do I actually want to connect to? Then it gives you the most 3 top choices and also a rating to that to see if that is the material looking for. It's never perfect. I mean, there's data gaps that we all know that works with data, but then the AI can also find them and show, like in this case, there was no information about the material in the uploaded material, and then the AI cannot produce it either. We import in the products to our LCA tool. And now we can find the product that have actually got everything imported, and we also have a climate value for this product. It was very, very, very quick, but I hope you followed that list. And if you want to show it in a more calm pace, just find me after this, and I will show you it live, so to say. But to me, this is quite amazing. I work with data for my whole grown life. And I mean, to be able to take this unstructured data, upload it, and just see how it actually sorts and find not always the right connections, but then you can work with it. That's what I mean. AI is no magic. It's like to work with a colleague. I would say check. I mean, the data collection part, it's actually done. And this is also what we're releasing today. So from today, we can actually use this part. The second part we were looking into was the modeling part. And if we just take a door as an example, I think everyone knows the traditional way of doing modeling, that you have the different materials and then you connect it to processes and model it. In EandoX, in our tool, we like to do it more like the supply chain. We would like to connect the supplier, of in this case the door handle, to the door pin company, to the copper supplier. So everyone that keeps its data can give it on their level. These come with different type of issues. One of the issues is about transparency. Often when you're reaching out to another company and asking them for the entire information, they are not so willing to give this. What we have done is that we have packaged the data, almost like you're sending an EPD, but in a blockchain in a package instead. So what you're sharing between those is actually the result and not the full transparency of all the different materials and all the different processes and so on. And as I think many of you wondering then and say, okay, how can we make sure that the result being sent between the different suppliers is correct? The big difference between an EPD here is that there is no third-party verification. This was the issue to solve. How can we manage this chain of information so it actually works in a consistent way? And we started to what we have that working name as the modeling brain, good or bad, I'm not sure yet. But the task was to have instructed in the collected data. So we have the collected data, so we know all the basic things that we need to know. But we need to sort this data in a structured way according to the different rules that exist. Our approach was to divide it into 2 parts of this modeling brain. The cognitive part that have been trained against the different ISO standards, the different PCRs, and the different methodologies that is available. And we had analytic parts. We have taken all the publicly available data, digitalized it, and put it in as training data. We have also created quite a lot of training data here as well, because there was big data gaps, especially when you move into sectors outside construction. We had a real challenge, I would say. But this was just a theory. This was approximately 1 year back we started with this part of the project. So the big question was, is it possible? Can we actually achieve this? And what we then looked into was coding. Coding is like the front runners in AI work. They like 2 or 3 years ahead of everything else. And what coding have been doing, there is a place called GitHub. GitHub store most of all the code in the world. You also find all the errors in the code. So they have gathered like millions of lines of code, and they have let the AI solve the issues in the code autonomously, so no one is operating it. And we can see in 2023, in almost 2024, it solved 0 of these issues, unsupervised. Then you see the curve. It's not always a success. Sometimes it's with drawbacks as well. But now, in the beginning of 2025, it solved 65% of all the errors. That is quite fantastic. We wanted to do something similar. So what we did was to build an index, not on coding, but for LCA. So we gathered all the different issues that we can find from the data that we have parsed and gathered. We also invented a lot of issues that we see if it can actually solve. So the aim was to get a real good portion of different things. When you have scaled it wrong, you have wrong methodology, wrong allocations and stuff like that. And then see how good can we actually get to find, eliminate, and fix these different errors unsupervised. And it worked with quite good success. We managed to fix approximately 30% of the errors right now. But I think this year we will be up somewhere around this number. And how we have done it is that we have actually built 3 tools to give the AI that it can work with. It have a cognitive understanding of the context. And this is not related to any LCA or anything. This means that if you take a watch, for example, it can understand what is a watch. Same thing as I give to any one of you. You understand that this is some metal, some glass, how it's basically functioning, and so on. You can get the context of the world. We have the analytic functions in the middle. This is what we have trained it against the standards, the different allocation rules, and all of these different things. The 2 above is what we call an LMM, a large language modeling. They're really good at analytics, very bad at math. And I mean, a lot of the things in an EPD is numbers. So we also needed a way, how can we actually do calculations? So there we build another tool to the AI to use to actually creating code, so you can actually do the calculations instead. And when you combine these things, it actually do quite magical stuff. Here it is a balancing of a GSP, GAG, and never mind the result, but the cool thing here is that it have worked together. So you have, with all the data gathered from this EPD, it have used some calculation functions to make actually the algorithm. But it also here in the conclusion reasoning about to say, what is a reasonable result to come up with this? And it say, according to what we have fed it with, this is okay, because it's inside the tolerances of the standard that we are pointing against. So I would say modeling as well, at least in a theoretical way, it check. Now, I mean, I can speak the whole day about this, but we don't have the full day, so I will go quickly through reporting. Reporting is quite simple. I mean, this is exactly what AI is built for. It can generate different type of documentation. What we have trained it to generate right now is that it can create an EPD of different formats and different contexts, and we can create an EPD report, an LCA report, according to different PCRs with different contexts. I mean, reporting, we can come up basically whatever we want, but reporting will work one way or another. A very interesting part is also then when we come into verification. And of course, as a tool, you don't do the verification. But we needed to make sure that the modeling, the data collection, and the report that we do was actually valid. So the alternative was to border a lot of your verifiers, to verify all the tests we have done. So instead of doing that, we actually have built a verification agent. So maybe, of course, it's not valid to verify EPDs for real, but it can maybe support you. And at least it helped us a lot to validate that the result was correct. So how this agent works is that it can take either an LCA report or an EPD. It can read the results. It put it into the context to see, it can check both the structure and to see if this aligns. I mean, have you mentioned all the standard needed? Is all the spell check correct? Have you made cutoff criteria rules as a part of the documentation correct way, and so on. And the other one, so this one is to verify that the EPD have the right formatting and it have the right structure. The other question is, okay, but what are the values then? If you go back to the clock, if I say this clock have 120 kilos of CO2, we need to validate that as well. Then we have built, with this training data, a statistic model to find, I mean, we can only base it on statistics. But I can question you as an EPD provider. Either you have made the best EPD in the world, it's just a congratulation, or you have made the worst EPD in the world, or you have done something wrong. That's the only true alternative there is, if you're outside the range, so to say. And if there is coming in new numbers, then of course we can always change the range. And when it's done, it can submit a report or whatever structure. So, like a verification report. Let's say verification is also possible. Now we're speaking things that is possible from this project to do. Not done yet, but possible to do. If we look at the conclusion and see what actually have been done, we can see importing data. That is actually done. That works. And I encourage everyone that want to try it out, just let me know, and we can test it together and see how good it actually is. Modeling part works in theory, works in a conceptual point of view, not scalable, not launched. Yellow. We know that we can create a different documentation, or AI can create a different documentation. So that is what it is ready for. And we know that verification can do quite well as well, so to say. But I think not to forget is that all these things is to enhance people. We cannot replace everyone working with EPDs, send it into an AI and expect it to do the work. That will not work. But I think we can work faster, in a better pace, and we are in better position to reach these 2 million EPDs within 2 years. And I know this is a very big day for Envirotech, but it's also a very big day for us in the NRX. Because today, actually, we are a software provider. So today, we're actually launching a partner program. We will enable everyone that wants to use these tools and this software and these agents that we have developed to develop their EPDs on their own. That's it for me. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much indeed, Daniel. I've worked with sustainability for 25 years, and I really love the geeks. You introduced yourself as a geek in the beginning here, so we do need people that are so attuned to their mission to really know what they want to do and that just keep at it. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
We have some questions already coming into the Menti. Please keep feeding them in. We have almost 20 minutes for questions to Daniel, so there will be time for many questions to pop up. Let's take the first one here. How, according to readability data formats, did you use the ICO standards for your AI system?
Okay, so what I understand from the question is how we actually read it, right? I mean, the AI doesn't really care how you feed the information into it. I mean, the only thing you need to be careful is when it's confidential information. But all these standardizations and all these PCRs and everything, that is basically public information, so that can easily be read in. And this is also what we continuously do. This is not a one-time thing. You continuously need to keep it feeding, and also what you're doing is a feedback loop. Because what is important with AI development is to feed back all the errors you do, exactly as you do as a human, actually. When you try to learn something the first time you do it, don't do it right. If you do it exactly the same next time, it will not be right that time either. So you need to feedback again to get it right.
Thank you, Donny. Thank you for that question, that answer to that question. We have a second question here. Many published EPDs contain inconsistencies or even outright errors. Since your model was trained on published EPDs, how did you address data quality issues when building and validating your model? That's a good question.
It's a very good question. And this is the best way to try to verify. So, I mean, what we did, everything goes together in the end, that it always does. I mean, if you parse an EPD, we put it to the verifier. And then it's based on the standards. So both it can check the context, but it can also check the data. And then we, in our system, we can either disqualify or correct. We can also quite easily recalculate between different methods, different PCRs and stuff like that. So even if, I mean, that is the way we have done it, at least. We can verify all the data that is available, and then we can select which data we want to bring in, so we don't pollute the system with bad data. That is exactly also how the different AI models' biggest concern right now is. Because if
pollution.
Imagine that 40% of all data worldwide is generated by AI. Next year, it will be most likely be 50-60%. In 2 years, maybe 80%. If you train on the data it has generated itself,
You keep it clean.
who knows where we end up. Yeah.
Thank you, Daniel. Another question here. The first module presented is really impressive, but the bill of material only doesn't usually give access to the waste produced in the manufacturing phase, right? So how are they taking into account?
Yes, exactly. So this was just an example for this crowd here, limited time. But what you do, you never use one file. You either use many files or the combination of files and database access. So one file will rarely do the job. So in this case, I would upload the bill of materials from the tech pack. I would upload the production information, either if you have an ERP system or something containing this information to drag it in or upload. And also like supplier data, maybe you have got some logistic figures from your supply chain and so on. So you upload everything you got. You can upload like hundreds of documents, thousands of lines. And then you just ask it to iterate on the data. So it's relevant. In this case, you wouldn't find the waste from manufacturing with this file.
Thank you. A question from me here. Looking into the future here, where do you think this process will be in 5 years? And also looking into the who else is or will be doing this in 5 years?
I think, in my world, we as experts should actually put our time into make things better and improve, not exporting Excel files and building and repeating ourselves or building basic work every day. So I think that is the work that we will wash away. And this is also exactly what we see is happening into coding now. And the reason why I'm still mentioning coding is that it has become to the level now where it actually could enhance a developer to write really production-ready code that you can enter in a production system without any supervision. That is a huge milestone for AI. That is also where I imagine we'll be in 2 to 3 years. Is that we need to try it out. No one will believe it from a movie for 2 minutes. We need to try it out ourselves. We need to try what the capabilities and the boundaries is of it. But I think we will get there.
Thank you, Daniel. Another question here. You said LLM is bad at maths.
Yeah.
You did say that. What AI model can complement LLM?
You can't. That is the thing that you need to do work around. So in our case, we have built a model that can write code. So instead of let the model do the math, it's actually write Python code to do the math. Because AI, the hardest thing with AI is consistency. To send the same question in 100 times, 1,000 times, 1,000,000 times, and getting the same result out. Sometimes it becomes a little bit nuts and sends something differently, and it's very inconsistent. That's why you need to have a limit context window and also be very careful when you're developing these agents that have a very specific need. Then you can group them together.
You did show us the sort of the exponential curve here initially, how many EPDs we need and should have published. And from your point of view, what would you say this technique, this model that you were introducing here, talking to us about, how could this really leverage this? What is what are you unlocking here from your perspective?
I did a quite funny calculation a few months ago, and I said, if we're working as today, we know approximately how many hours we spend making an EPD today.
That's where I was getting at, thank you.
Then we would need 187,000 people making EPDs and LCS, only EPDs, in Europe, we'd say. I think that will never happen. Then we transition into the EPD economy. So instead, we need to enhance to make EPDs. Can you make EPDs in hours? If our goal actually become reality with the experts, then we will not need these 187,000 people. We can do it with less.
Thank you for clarifying that. It's sort of a dead giveaway, but I wanted you to elaborate on it because it's really key to speeding up the process here. Another question. Have you done a cost-benefit analysis to ensure the benefits outweighed the added environmental impacts of using AI?
Yes. The environmental impact of AI, it's big. And when we see, I was told yesterday how many data centers they claim to build in the US, it's extreme. But also we need to see is that the AI gets better exponentially, very, very quick. If we see the computing power needed to perform the work by Gemini, it has reduced the last 4 months with 10,000 times. 10,000 times. So it will actually reduce and reduce and reduce and reduce, but the other side, we will keep increasing use and use and use and use. So we need to be conscious. But in this case, I can do the math. I haven't done the math, but I can do the math, and I'm 100% sure that the benefit will outweigh the environmental burden. And that is also something working with AI, that you need to be careful how you do stuff, because it can be very, very expensive, also very high burden if you do it wrong.
I moderated an event in Brussels hosted by the Commission in May, I think it was, when we addressed specifically this topic, AI and the impact of climate. And the key takeaways were really that if people that work with sustainability and climate, we were specifically talking about it, this is here, if we do not use AI, but we let everybody else really use it crazily for cat videos or whatever that you generate and just sort of dig into, that's not going to make the world any safer, better, more sustainable place. So to use it for good and use it wisely, that was sort of the key takeaways from the meeting at the Commission. And there was also researchers saying that you have to think of it like transportation. Sometimes you just need a car. A bicycle, but sometimes you need a car. So sometimes you just need to use Google, not for this purpose, obviously, but as a person in general. And then you need to use another vehicle for more professional work that you outlined here.
Exactly, and I think also the consequence, I mean, people will use AI, chatbots in particular. Imagine you have ChatGPT have 700 million daily users. So if we don't provide them with the data, my prediction, personal opinion, is that they will start to use those instead. You can ask them and say, okay, what is the impact of these shoes? It will most certainly not be right, but you will get the number. And they will maybe trust it, and they will spend huge amount of compute power in waste, because the calculations haven't been done.
Thank you for clarifying that. Another question. If I asked AI to create an LCA report, an EPD for a pretend product, with results within the typical range, would AI verify it as compliant?
Do you mean in terms of the values, or?
Actually, that's not my question, but I think I'll read it again and we'll see what we can figure out. If I asked AI to create an LCA report, an EPD for a pretend product with results within the typical range, would AI verify it as compliant?
Yes. So if you have made the product according to the rules and everything, it doesn't know if it exists or not.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. Excellent.
Yeah.
It is correct that you train your model with the data entered into the system by the users. How do you manage confidentiality of industry data?
Yeah, that's a very good question. So, I mean, you need to break it. We can do it a million different ways. The ways we have done is that we break everything apart. So we have a system where we send a small fraction of the actually prompt into the request, and then when you pick it up again, then the puzzle piece together. So this is a little bit how you do with GDPR compliance and other regulations coming in now that you need to fulfill the Data Act that is actually live last week. So it's a quite standardized way of doing it, but it's a little bit tricky.
Thank you. Another question. Training the AI would come up with a setup time. If we're doing a single EPD, it might not be worth it. What is the number of EPDs where this effort becomes worth it based on your experience?
But that is the difference. There is no setup time. I mean, what I did here, I have done no pre-work.
No pre-work, zero.
So you can take this file, we can go outside in the lobby, we can upload the file, and it will actually move in and do exactly this work. And then you move, of course, we need to do the report. If you want to do something outside the boundaries, then there is someone need to do a report. Like, for example, the upgrade the PCR, the system need to be adapted and trained again. And that is actually one of the big workloads that you have to do, is when we are changing regulation that we know is happening from time to time, then of course we need to redo all the training data again. We need to do all the validations again. We need to do all of these things again to make sure that it's actually giving you recommendations against the current and the most accurate data.
Thank you, Daniel. Do you see AI stepping in also on the verification side, and how?
I can just say, I see it as it could help verifiers. I think I myself is not a verifier, but I would imagine that it would not replace verifiers. The verifiers have a really, really crucial part in this. But I think they can at least get it's quite many numbers in an EPD, 640 something, to make sure that every one of those numbers is correctly formatted and everything. That I think only that could be a good benefit. To also then get recommendations, like for example that we saw in this, that the biobalancing have been a little bit off or so, could be also to help IC. So I see it more as an guiding and helping feature. That's why also we call it a co-pilot. It works with you to enhance you.
So Daniel, I'm curious, who else is doing what you're doing?
I'm not sure. I'm always on my own missions. But I mean, if there is someone more on this, I'm happy to join. But
Not to your knowledge, you're the only one.
Yeah. But of course, are they doing other stuff as well? But
specifically, what you showcase here.
I think so.
That's your process and your invention.
Yes.
Great. We have 2 more questions, and then we'll head out for a break. Is your AI functionality available or still in beta testing?
The availability of importing data is live from today, 12 o'clock.
Today at 12 o'clock.
So not now, but very, very soon. The rest is still in testing. And like I said, verification, we will never do.
Excellent. Your slide mentioned MCP. Do you think we should be producing EPDs for AI rather than for people?
No, I don't think so. But I think the systems, what we see, the transition, when you're speaking business systems, ERP systems, PIM systems, MDM systems, they are transitioning into the MCP world right now. So I think we as a tool need also to address this and make sure that we're not only providing API connections, that we also is future ready for MCPs. Because I think it goes fast when it hits.
We have a few more minutes if you want to feed in 1 or 2 more questions. Also, those of you watching this online. Otherwise, I always have 1 or 2 questions up my sleeve. Let's see if we get anything here.
You got a question?
We don't have a hand microphone, so I'm afraid you have to type it in. Otherwise, it's going to be confusing. You typed it, and it's going to be just processed through the moderators. It's coming. It's coming. I see they're working over there. I'll ask my question in between. So looking at really this is going to entail in terms of transparency and also comparability. What is really, I mean, when you go to sleep at night, what do you think about the impact of what you presented here? To me, it sounds quite profound in terms of sustainability in a global perspective.
Yes, I totally agree. Now, but I think that is also, I mean, to me, it has been a journey, not for now, it's for quite some time. To say, if we don't have I'm loving data, I love facts. I think also to be able to make the fact-based decision is crucial in everything we do. So to be able to do this acceleration within the EPD work, I think it needs to happen in one way or another. I think AI is one of the enablement.
Here's your question. I hope this is the one for you. Thanks for your first answer on what is the role of an EPD verifier in verification if the work is prepared by AI. Can you be more specific on how does it enhance the task of a verifier?
Yeah, I actually could show. Not now, but I can show, because we have developed, like how I can explain the workflow. You upload the documentation, you run it through processes. You need to select also which program you want to verify against and which rule sets you want to have applied. So like where have you want to, is it environment PCR 2.0? You then want to do EN1582 425, and such, and so on. Then it comes out a set of questions to help you to say, for example, in this case, we have used the Environdex, the verifier protocol to say, okay, we have the same questions, and then we say, okay, do the AI think it pass or not, or it's not relevant? And then it gives you motivation to say, yes, I don't think it pass because I don't find, like for example, yesterday I had a question when I run this program to say that this was an EPD for multiple products. And it said, yes, it's mentioned. It points on which is the relevant product, that is like the standard product in the EPD, but you have no explanation why this product was decided. Then the AI was disqualifying and says, yes, I understand the context is right, but I cannot get enough information. Is it based on sales volumes? Is it based on worst case? How have you selected this product? Reasonable to me, but I mean, then you need to take action on this. So I mean, it works as you can see it as a secretary or a colleague of yours, or many.
But if the AI is trained with inconsistencies, the result will also not be consistent.
No, exactly. That's
So
important to watch the data.
That's what you just said. What steps did you take to ensure that your model receives sufficient and reliable information to perform allocation correctly? If you'd like to elaborate a little bit more on that.
Take it one more time.
What steps did you take to ensure that your model receives sufficient and reliable information to perform allocation correctly?
I mean, this is many different sources, multiple answer. But I mean, if you start from the ground data, then we need, of course, to get how looks the reality. I mean, for example, when you're having waste, are you selling it? Are you throwing it away? What is actually happening, the reality flow? So that you need to have as an input. The AI can never understand that by itself. It's always that the data need to happen in one way or another. But the reason is that the AI is sorting and importing the data in a totally different speed, so to say. Then, of course, the allocation rules need to be applied from somewhere. Here we need to use the standardization, the different type of PCRs, the guidance document, whatever we can do to help the AI to understand what we actually want to do. Then it's very good to figure out if what you send in is matching what you want. That's also why you see a lot of models being trained on law now that's coming out. It's also quite good. So then you need to train it to say, okay, what does the law say? And often this is a recommendation. It's not an absolute answer to say, yes, if you steal something, always go to 2 years in prison. It's a recommendation. The same we have in many aspects, not an absolute thing to say, this is always the case for allocation. You need to understand the gray zones within it. And this is where the training come in, the human touch as well. So it can only take you that far for now, but, and I think always we will always be needed in one way or another.
Well, thank you very much, Daniel Olausson, and thank you, all of you, for writing such great questions here in the room and also the people watching online. Now it's time for a break, for some refreshments. Those of you here in Palermo, please venture out the door, up the stairs, and there will be refreshments on the roof terrace. We start again at 11:30 sharp, so please be back in front of your computers or in your seats here in Palermo. Thank you very much for this first session.
options. I got options, babe. Got a million people watching, yeah, they clocking, yeah, they clocking. I got options. I got options, baby. Got a million people watching, cause they know I keep it popping, hey.
Parlo? Mi sentite? Mi sentite bene?
Ska jag börja?
Il nostro campione è in testa! Yeah! L'ultima curva prima del traguardo!
Nutrienti e deliziosi, con i cereali Nesquik. La giornata sì che inizia alla grande.
Welcome back to the broadcast and to this conference here in Palermo. Please take your seats. Please sit down, gentlemen, so we can get this started. It is not easy to leave the terrace and the cannolis and all the beautiful refreshments served upstairs, but now we need to get going. Please take your seats. Please take your seats. Could you please lower the volume a bit so we can start? We need to commence. So we have conversations during the breaks, please. When we have events in other countries, there might be a swifter coffee service, but here in Italy, you make your own. They make a fresh espresso for you. So some people are not arriving in time because they needed to wait for their delicious espresso. So that's a good thing, in a way, that they get excellent coffee. Well, we have a full schedule waiting for us, and we have a very distinguished guest waiting for us here to share his keynote presentation. Mauro Cordella from DG Environment is waiting to give his presentation, so please join us. And he will talk about the evolving regulatory landscape. So please take your seats. And there you are. Give him a warm hand, please.
Introduction. I hope that you can all hear me. It seems so. So good morning, everybody. And thanks a lot to be here so numerous. Thanks a lot to EPD International for the kind invitation. It's really an honor to be here with you. And this event today is connected to another bigger conference that we had in Palermo, the Lifecycle Management Conference, where there were 1,000 people. Here, I think that we are almost 200 people in the room, plus other people connected from all the world online. And this made Palermo the capital of lifecycle assessment. So we are the epicentrum of this tool, and it is really a big thing. So thanks a lot to the organizer of this event. I have today the honor and the burden to guide you through the use of LCA in regulations, mainly at European level. It will also be challenging after the excellent presentation of Daniel, but I will do my best to convey nice messages to you. But first of all, I need to start with some bad news that probably you already know. As you know, we are facing right now very difficult times. We have a geopolitical crisis in many places of the world. Just to mention, we are here in Europe. We have a big crisis in Middle East, in Ukraine. And next to that, we still are having also planetary crisis from an environmental perspective. We have the crisis of climate, we have the crisis of nature, we have the crisis of pollution. What is behind that? A big elephant in the room. What is the elephant in the room? We have unsustainable production and consumption system. We live disconnected from nature and from what makes us humans. This is the real issue. And here we are all in this very nice network of professionals dealing with the life cycle assessment. We are all friends of LCA. And LCA is a very powerful tool to connect the dots, to understand the complexity of value chains, and then to analyze the impacts, the environmental impacts, and then to see which solution we can put in place to reduce those impacts, and ensure that there are no trade-offs, or that we limit or understand at least the trade-offs, and we avoid the shift of burdens. But more recently, LCA has been also used for other applications beyond environmental sustainability, so it has the power to address all the P's of sustainability: planet, profit, people. And you may know already that there are several uses of this application. The most typical one can be for deco design and value chain management, for internal uses in a company. but it is more and more applied to support research and innovation actions. It can also be used for external communication, that perhaps is the most interesting application for many of you here in this event. And more recently, it is also being used more and more in EU policies, which is of most concern for me. But we have a problem. Another problem. What is the problem? The problem is that if I take a product, we are in the beautiful Italy, you will eat very good pizza, but if we take the same pizza and we make different people to analyze the environmental impacts of the same pizza, what will happen? It's very likely that you yield different results. And why it is that? You can have different impact assessment metrics. You can have different modeling rules. You can have different data that are used. And data and modeling rules are the two sides of the same coin. So we need harmonization. And what we are doing at European level, for instance, is to work on the 3 pillars in the so-called environmental footprint method. The environmental footprint methods are the recommended method by the European Commission to do LCA, so to assess and communicate the environmental impacts of products and organizations. So in the 2 cases, you have the PEF and the OEF. It is not something new. It is, I always used to say this person that the PEF is a rebel teenager, which is now going to the age of maturity. So it started in 2013, so it is 12 years old. And there was also some additional background knowledge that was developed in the early 2000s, which altogether allowed to create a consolidated multi-stakeholder process. There was a pilot phase involving 300 organizations, 3,000 stakeholders, starting from 2014 to 2019. And now we are in the so-called transition phase, where we are monitoring the application of the EF methods and setting the ground for further development. At the moment, it is described through the recommendation 2021-2279, and we are planning also to revise this recommendation, which is something that we expect to have in place next year. We have a broad application in terms of products, from agri-food to space, so you can understand the complexity of the matters that we are dealing with, and also in EU policies more recently. This is an overview of what we have been working in the last years. So when I talk the last years, I talk the transition phase, so starting from 2019. We have developed some new product environmental footprint category rules. Perhaps the most significant one is the one on apparel and footwear. We have also updated other PFCRs which were developed during the pilot phase, and are those that you see here from 5 to 9, with a lot of focus on the agri-food sectors in this case. And then the novelty, there are 2 big novelties in the last years. One is that we have some policy DGs which had a political interest in developing rules for certain sectors. And this is the case, for instance, for tourism and space. Who would have said that the PEF goes into space? And then the other important novelty is the development of the so-called shadow PFCR. What is the difference? The difference is that the items from 1 to 13 have a broader or lesser involvement of the Commission, and the shadow PFCR are done by industry because there is an interest in a certain sector to harmonize the LCA, and this is done independently from the Commission for several reasons, not because we lack interest in those developments, but there is also a problem with the alignment of the timelines or the availability of resources. This is the case, for instance, of aluminum. So your aluminum is working on a shadow PFCR for aluminum products. And these are for us very important developments, also if done independently from us, because they can anyhow develop a know-how and information that is of importance to inform the development of our policies. You will see in a moment that I will mention again aluminum. This is a nice snapshot showing the use of life cycle thinking at the European level for the policies that we have. So over the years, we have seen an exponential increase in the use of LCA. And this is mainly thanks to the European Green Deal in 2019-2024, which has give a big push on the use of LCA for the different phases of the policy cycle. So either for the preparation of policies or the evaluation of the impacts of different policy options, but also for the implementation into tools like carbon footprint and environmental footprint of different products. Now we are in 2025, and you may know, I mean, who is a European knows it. I guess that also the extra EU guests today know that we have a new commission and we have new priorities. And when you have new priorities, things can change. The new commission has confirmed the importance of investing into the decarbonization of the economy and in the promotion of circular economy and sustainability. But it has also a bigger look at the competitiveness of the market, and this comes with consequences. So in terms of LCA, we can expect that if not with such a continuous exponential trend, we will have at least a stationary trend, because we had the Clean Industrial Deal this year, which confirmed the importance of having comprehensive LCA. But it also put two important keywords in the document: the need to simplify and harmonize, with a first focus on carbon accounting methods. So this creates a link with a natural link also with ETS and CBAM. I will not spend too much time on this slide because I could easily extinguish all my time that I have for today. But I want just to make, to provide a visual representation on what is being done in terms of implementation of LCA in policy. So we have a big family here on the left from your side on carbon footprint methods. So we have different regulations. We are introducing the mandatory reporting of carbon footprint results for certain products like batteries or PV panels. And we have then other policies which are going further, exploring the possibility to include other environmental impacts, which is the case, for instance, of the Critical Raw Material Act. And in the middle, you have two key tools that are of interest for you, like the Eco-Design for Sustainable Product Regulation and the Construction Product Regulation, where LCA play a very important role. I will start with the ESPR. So this is a regulation that entered into force in 2024. It extended the focus of eco-design from the energy efficiency to other environmental aspects. And here, life cycle assessment, environmental footprint methods are fundamental tools for different tasks. First, analysis and prioritization of product groups. We have had now a working plan showing which are the priority products, and this was supported through LCA evidence. Then, it is the methodology in place to analyze the impacts of base case, so average product and design options that can improve the circularity of products. And then third, there is the possibility also to set information requirement based on LCA and environmental footprint methods. We have a methodological work that was done and that there are still some adjustments being made where we also build on the environmental footprint method and where, again, we are also exploring how to link with the ETS and CBAM for data. Working plan, just for you to know, is not a secret because it's publicly available, but which are the products on which we will be working in the future? Steel and iron, textiles, furniture and bed mattresses, and then horizontal issues like reparability and recycled content. So this is what is in the menu of the Commission until 2029 when it comes to ESPR. Then I'm now entering out of my comfort zone because I have to say that I work on the environmental footprint method, but not on the construction product regulation. But I will give you some insights also on this. So in this case, we have another regulation that somehow, if not mirror, is connected also to the ESPR. This enter into force this year and will be replacing progressively the old CPR. So we will have for a moment two different tracks, one from the old PCR and one with the new PCR, which will converge. There is the possibility in this case for the CPR to develop frameworks to report information on the environmental impacts of products. And you know here that the key methodological tool is the EN 15804. The Commission is also working to provide data and tools to facilitate such calculations, but this is the methodological reference for that is used in this context. And this is also the building block for the EPDs, where there is currently work ongoing to develop a carbon footprint for buildings. The third tool that I want to mention here very briefly, again, is not a tool that I deal with directly, is the carbon border adjustment mechanism. In this case, it's a tool that has been developed to address the risk of carbon leakage so that producers move their plants outside of Europe or that other products out of Europe have benefits compared to the product produced in Europe because there are different rules in place there. So in this case, I want to make clear one thing, that the CBAM is not an LCA tool or not a full LCA tool. It applies a life cycle thinking logic, but it covers mainly Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions. There is now a transition phase. It is being discussed if to extend the scope of the product covered into the CBAM, including the downstream product, but it will remain a partial LCA, let's call it like that. And this is a very important piece of work in the Commission because it will also be, we can expect that it could be used more and more also as a starting point as data sources to quantify carbon accounting of more complex products. So this is what we are trying to do and is a challenge that we are trying to address. So I said that here we are all friends of LCA, but not necessarily everybody is enthusiastic about LCA. So what can be a very beautiful tool can also be seen as a monster, a monster. I faced this all along my career, in the university, in research organization, in the Commission. This is why, because LCA is powerful, but it must be fit for purpose, and LCA has also limitations. Then we have a big issue with the data. Not only quantity of available data, but also the quality of the available data, and then the rights that we have to use this data. This is a major challenge that you have as users of LCA, but we also have as regulators. And then I said the two key words, simplification and harmonization. But if you simplify, you will go against, or you may go against the scientific rigorousness. So if you want to be fully correct of all the complexities of the reality, you will pursue a perfection that we may never achieve. We need a simpler solution, and we need to ensure that this simpler solution can make sense. Harmonization is another challenge because we have at the moment a proliferation of different methods, and this doesn't help anybody, nor the companies who have to follow different standard rules, nor the regulators who have to see where to move in order to promote that. So you see in the picture how it is my daily day at work. I think that you are also well reflected, many of you, in this picture. So with this said, which are the priorities for LCA and environmental footprint at Commission level for the future? Three main priorities. First priority, we will continue working on methodological developments to address some of the major gaps that we have in LCA. We will have short-term development. We will need, for sure, more time for other developments, but this is, for sure, one important thing that we have to do. The second point is about harmonization, and there we are putting a lot of energy to pursue harmonization, starting with the carbon footprint of products, but also for other LCA aspects. And then the third point is about mainstreaming, ensuring the scalability and the simplification of the LCA tools. Because if we don't achieve that, if it is too complex, it will not be scalable. And here we aim to address the needs of small, medium enterprises particularly, but also the need that we can have in EU policies and other applications. And this will address two main areas that I will tackle in a moment. And with all of this in mind, what we are planning to do is to review the EF methods that is currently ongoing and the plan to be completed by, let's say, April, May next year, indicatively, and also to continue the effort on developing datasets. Methodological developments. These are the major areas in which we are currently working, for your information, so that we are revising and updating the impact category. So the EF methods implement a midpoint impact assessment metric system. And here we are working on some impact category like water, soil quality, resource extraction and toxicity. But perhaps of more importance is the one on biogenic carbon accounting, where we are shifting towards a -1+1 system. We are also working for the inclusion of two new impact categories, microplastics and impact to biodiversity due to land use change. There are other methodological aspects that we are considering, like the revision of the data quality rating system and other aspects to model end of life and circularity aspect for product, but also how to improve the modeling of agri-food system and other issues like electricity of mass balance and the normalization and integration of different tools, or different impacts. Other novelties are the consideration of non-LCA information, so how to integrate this into the system. That is the case for fish stock depletion. And we have in mind other longer-term developments that, as I say, that where we need to split between what we can do now and what we can do tomorrow or after tomorrow. This, I guess, is a very important slide for you today to remember. So it's about the harmonization challenge. When we talk about LCA in Europe, let's say we have two major methodological reference. One, I say that is EN15804 for the construction sector. Another one is the EF methods. So EF methods is DG Environment on the lead together with Joint Research Center, EN15804 at DG Grow. Rather than enter into a beauty context, what we are doing is to promote cooperation in order to have harmonization between the two tools. So we are in close contact. We are working on the revision of the EF methods. in a way that we hope it can be compatible for the update of the EN15804, which will be launched immediately after the revision of the EF method. So you can expect that the two systems will converge, and then the two systems can be used to develop category rules and then legislation. But then the picture is far more complex, because I already mentioned that we have also ETS and CBAM, which are sources of data, and then we will also work to ensure consistency with those systems. That is another challenge in itself. But then, if we want to make it even more complex, at international level, we have the ISO standard, the GHG protocol. There are some news now that they may be together, but this is a big puzzle which we have in mind, and we have all the connection in place, and we hope that at least for the longer run, we can ensure that we have convergence of everything that you see here in this slide. So we have one ring to control everybody. In terms of simplification, there are two main aspects. So at least from the environmental footprint side in the Commission, how do we see simplification? We see simplification as two major areas. One area is to reduce the complexity as far as possible. And in this area, I already talked about the harmonization, but there could be the simplification of some rules. But we are also acting on the text of the recommendation itself. We are also acting on the procedures to develop product environmental footprint category rules. We will focus on the major priorities, as I mentioned before, for the ESPR. And then here also, for us, it's very important to promote clustering of sectors. So to ensure that we have more horizontal rules for a certain big sector, and then building on that to have more vertical rules for specific subcategories of product. For us, it's also important to ensure that we can exploit synergies, for instance, from what is being developed in the market. And I think that here I'm guest of EPD International, so I will be very happy to see how we can exploit synergies so that you could use our methodological development then to use them as a building block for your work, and for us that could be a very important solution to achieve common goals. And then the other point is about easing the implementability of the LCA, and this, of course, without saying too much, is about continuing the effort to develop data, tools, and training opportunities, both with the resources of the Commission, but I think that I think today the presentation of Daniel, I know that there are many other players that are active. For sure, also companies will play a very fundamental role on this, and we need to do it together. My vision on data is the last technical slide, and then I will jump to the conclusion. So it is what we have at the moment is that we have multiple data points. What happens when you have multiple data points? That you can have administrative burdens, you can have inconsistency, and then my vision that I would say to everybody is that why don't we apply a Matryoshka approach? We take all these points and we create a modular system where all the points can fit all together in a bigger doll. This can be a common database, it can be a data network, but this definitely must be engineered through artificial intelligence and human brains for starting with the interoperability of the data, the integration, and then the harmonization as final step. I will now conclude with some takeaway messages. I say that the LCA, but then if I say LCA, also the environmental footprint and the EPD has achieved a maturity age. So LCA, I think, is almost 40 years old, so it is in an identity crisis. And now is the moment of truth. We have seen before, in the presentation before, that there is an exponential use of EPDs. But then I make a question to you. What does success mean to you? Is it just quantity, or it is something else? Personally, I think that not only in EPD or in LCA, but in all of aspects of life, we don't need quantity, we need quality. So if I come back now to LCA, what we need are accessible, good LCA. In terms of policies, you can take that the European Union has a consolidated and confirmed effort to be on the lead as global reference for policies implementing LCA. I made the example of the ESPR, there is the CPR, but then we also have other actions like CBAM and batteries ongoing. Of course, Europe is not the world. There are other emerging players, and this, I think that all in all is a good thing that we have LCA expanding also beyond the European Union. Then the focus of all the actions when it comes to legislation is typically on carbon footprint approaches. With EPD, you cover also other environmental aspects, and I think this is good and necessary. Sometimes I hear critics saying that why the focus on carbon footprint. I think that personally is a good thing, because this, if we fix the carbon footprint at regulatory level, then we can use as a catalyst to further scale up also other aspects of LCA. But what we need to do is to find a balance. It's a delicate balance because we have different needs. We have the harmonization needs, we have the simplification, we need to ensure scientific conference, we have operational issues, we have, unfortunately, political winds that don't flow in the same direction of sustainability, and we need to navigate through this difficult context. And how do we navigate? Of course, if we navigate all alone, we will be lost. We need to ensure that we have a collaborative effort, and we need to join forces to exploit synergies. I believe that LCA is the key tool for sustainability. And I have a dream. Can LCA be also a vehicle for peace? Before I conclude, I want to make you this quote. So, hope, what is hope? Hope is not the conviction that something will turn out well, but the certainty that something makes sense, independently of the outcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. And I know there will be questions for you, but we save them for the panel.
Okay.
So please sit down, take a rest, and then I'll invite you up again
Okay.
when it's time for the panel. Excellent presentation, very, very interesting indeed. So now we have the pleasure of hearing about the first EPD process certified in the food industries. And I'm honored to have the possibility to welcome industry expert Luca Roni, who's Vice President of Barilla Health and Safety, Environment and Energy at the Barilla Group. So please give him a warm welcome.
Thank you very much. Quite interesting. We are starting this morning with the new technology, the AI, that is a statistic tool. But let's discuss after about that, even if very powerful. Then there's, we're talking about the legislation framework about that, the disease. Now, I will start to tell why and what are the story about me and my company about life cycle analysis and why I decided 25 years ago to do that. This is the timeline. I like every time that I know someone or some company, the question that I ask is, say, where you come from? What are your story? Because your story normally can give me an idea what you are going. When you start, you go. I started about more than 20 years ago, because at European level there was life cycle thinking, and then I decided what it is, the life cycle thinking. Let's start to understand what it is. And then I start to do with the company product. We are a pasta player, even if we produce a lot of bakery products, but the name of the family, we are still an family-owned company. It is Barilla. So I started to do that. I take a student at university, take 8 months. It became mad, no data, everything then. Then I decided to start to use in order to how to be able to collect some information. We started with our plants, because as usual, scope 1, scope 2, It means how it is the impact of our plants. Packaging. We are a fast consumer goods. We have a lot of packaging because we sell it. And so we start with and for this reason, we develop a tool for the designer of the packaging, the technical one, in order to make them better, in order to have a lower impact when they design it, and also a tool that make comparison on that. These are the. Then, what happens? There was a Swedish researcher that had an Italian fiancé who decided to make a life cycle analysis of the pasta. Take all the information they take and they publish it. And then and in the calculation that he made, there was that all the durum wheat was not rain-fed. They used water in order to grow up the durum wheat. That's not true. So I send a mail, I make a call. He said, in the FAO, the international, they said that this is in the line, the description is like that, I take it, I put there, but it is not correct, I said. It takes 1 year to change the FAO, to make the discussion, and then I decided there will be no other that will start to define how will be the way to make the calculation of my product, because I don't want to take one year of discussion of something wrong. So this is the reason why, starting from LCA, then I decided to understand in which way it will be to have a system, international recognized, that was in order to make this kind of publication. The idea is about the rules. You talk about rules, and this is one of the key issues about the calculation one. The other will be the data and this. And this started the journey. We was the second at the word, the first one for the process system, because I have a lot of products. So the issue is I have not take 6 months to make one product, 6 months, second product, 6 months. No, I have to do it in a more structured way. Then there was just published the EPD process system. Waterfall have the same problem, so they decide to work out who wrote the rules. And then we start with Barilla, with Vasa, because it's part of our brand, in the French bread, Harris, the sauces, all the local brand. Then it was quite interesting when I decided to try to use this as carbon neutrality. Now we are going out because for the green claims it's not possible to use. But then I started to use that. Quite interesting. But when the consultant company come here, I say, hey, look, I need to make a calculation about that. You say, don't worry. Tell me what you want, I can give you. But normally the other company take 2 years in order to make the calculation. Don't worry, tell me what you want, I give you. Because it is about 10 years that I collect data. It is only a problem how you want it. And in 6 months, I was able to make a complete calculation according to the past standard, another one, but about that. Then we have also the target, and then 2 years ago, so I decided also to try to explain internally, and at the end of the year will be also available externally, in order to explain what is LCA, how to use it, how to read some of the information about that, because the issue is how to be clear about that. This is my story. Now we have about more than 90 EPD published. It covers more or less from 70 to 80% of the volume of product on the shelf on that. And I'm starting also to think how to use it on to give the impact of the product that will sell to the retailers. And I'm doing exactly this kind of test now, and it works. I have to manage in which way, and I make some discussion. So we were the first system certified in the food system. It's about 15 years. Quite interesting the first time that I make the discussion about the scope of the product. It takes 3 hours of discussion with the consultants to decide what will be the scope. What it in, what it out, it's 3 hours. We're talking about the the scope of what I will do. Then the reason why I make before starting to the EPD international system, I make also an analysis in order to understand why the EPD is international system and not others. And so I said, let's understand that this is updated, I think, in the middle of this year. Who are the program operators around that? I will give available this presentation and also the book for who want on that. And I make this kind of analysis 10 years ago. The numbers are completely different, but this is there. And then I decided to use the EPD international system for one reason. It was the only one at that time that was fully compliant to the ISO standard, from the verification, from the public consultation of the PCR. The other are doing something, but not all the things. It happens the same when I do the carbon neutrality. The first, before starting to the project, I say, let's see what all the others are doing. And what surprised me, there was nobody was doing completely application of, in full verified, the standard. Because this is the issue. So this is the reason why, interesting, because when I started for Vasa, for the Vasa brand, also go, for example, to Australia. At that time, Australia have a national system. If you want to publish, you have to use the national system. So for the pasta blue box in Australia, then also I publish this with the national standard in order to that. What it is, our reconciliation, I don't do that. I do this because I can understand. This is the process. The process works quite well if I have, I want to start a new EPD, a new calculation of LCA for one product. If the recipe, I have the recipe, then if all the ingredients of the recipe are I have module of calculation inside my system, there's not a problem, I can go on. If it is done in one plant that normally use, no problem, I have all the data. If I'm selling it in the country that normally I sell, no problem. 1 month, 1 month and a half, I can do it, publish with the verification. If new ingredient, I have to stop and to say, okay, let's understand, it takes 3 months, 1 year, it depends. It depends on the complexity, it's completely new, completely area, completely the same. And when I have this new module of the calculation, then I can go on. The same it happens for if I do a new product. If I do a completely category of products that have not the PCR module inside because I'm not able to do the calculation, then I have to do like that. So this does all the management system. When I try to explain this, it is quite complex because we are talking about process and not product. And when you talk about process, normally people are not easy to understand how to make this theoretical around that. All the documentation, the standard are fully compliant. We have a lot of internal documentation with NDCI. I don't go inside, but just to say that there's the standard, there's the rules, they defined, and I take part also in the PCR for the PEF test for pasta, exactly because I want to make the alignment to be sure that they align and what will be the decision about that. And also, I have the habit in order to verify that the PCR in all the other system about my product are the same or something this is strange. And then we make a discussion about public on that. So this is harmonization for some of my product. I still try to manage in order to think, because for me it is important, because the way to make the calculation of my product in my company, due to the fact I'm the biggest pasta player, it is important. Using a public verification process, and this is one of the other things that from the European and also from the EPD system, it is one of the key issues about that. This is the number of modules, 7,000. Every year, some of them are checked, updated, some introduced. These are the number of the EPD, about 94. There will be more than 100 on that. 90 people work on that. 90 people. They do not make all the calculation. But I have all the expert. One of the things that I go inside the company is I have who make me the calculation of the LCA. The importance it is the hypotheses they are behind that. I make an example so it is clear. In order to understand what will be the impact of the durum width, two are the issue. Yields, how much of production of a reactor of durum width, yields. Second, how much and type of fertilizer, dot. All the other, yes, are important, but the change in the impact that can be 30–40% from one area to the other are linked to two of these things. And this is one part of all the activity that I have done in this year in order to understand what I can do as a company in order to better or reduce the impact, starting from a life cycle approach. And this is the reason why we need to have the expert, because when we make the hypothesis behind that, in order to make the calculation, that I need to have the verification that all the information that I have, Italy, Sicily different from Foggia, from the southern part, it is different from Naples, it's different from near Milan. And we have this detail because we have a lot of farmers that make durum wheat in Italy. Less detail are there. So these are in the years where the people are involved. Then we are starting to try also to make communication about that. This is only two examples of poster that we are starting to also to use to explain what it is, an EPD system, how to read it in an easy way. I started to put in the plans when there was the visit. And then we have also for each of the product an easy way to try to explain, look, the number are that, but this is the reason why and what we are doing around this. This is for one biscuits, one bread. This is for our pesto alla genovese. This is for our spaghetti, the famous blue box that I said about that. And if you look, the numbers are quite different. This is for kilograms, so different are there. And Vasa it is quite low because we are very, very few ingredients made with oven in electrical oven with electricity coming from renewable energy on that. And this is the France, but also in France, you see, the things. In both of them, we have some project in order to have a more sustainable agriculture about that. This is the last one. I think that we are in a moment of change because these kind of tools, for sure, are important. We need rules. We need also tools in order to simplify the way. In the first presentation of today, it was quite interesting to see how to do it. But in any case, rules are important because we will agree for sure on with the way to make the calculation of the product, whatever it is. But the real issue will be the database, national one and company one, and how it is strong, the quality of the data of the company, because there's a big discussion about that. And this makes the difference about this. It takes time, because the issue it is not to crunch data, but it is to give a sense and the reason why behind that. That the impact that you can change the durum width impact due to increasing the yield and using a different way the fertilizer. This is typical for a lot of crops, but then you have to try to decide in which way you develop project with the farmers in order to do that. And this kind of number I used in my case exactly to start also some other project. Now in this moment I'm trying to use also in which way to give the information of the impact of the product that I sell to the retailers, trying to use all my EPDs, because I have a quite big number of that. It is quite covered. So one of the next, during this year and the next, I will try to use this in order to say what will be their impact. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Luca Roni. But there will now be a 1-minute break. Do not leave the room, but if you would like to stand up and move a little bit, we need to get some furniture on the stage for the panel. And please, questions to the speakers, the previous speakers, and also to the panels, please feed them into the Menti. We're a little bit behind in the schedule because we started late after the break. So do not worry, there will be lunch, but there might be a 10-minute delay due to the fact that we didn't get started in time. So if you'd like to stand up and move a little bit, feel free to do that, but do not venture out because we have an exciting panel coming up here as soon as we get the chairs on the stage. All right, please take your seats again. We are ready for the panel. So please take your seats. It is my pleasure to reintroduce on stage Mauro Cordella. Please join me on stage. And also Luca Roni. I also have the pleasure, please. Make sure we can get the proper introductions here for the people. Ladies and gentlemen.
Una quindicina esterna e tutto il resto interna.
Voi avete organic product?
I also have the pleasure to introduce Anna Bortoluzzi, Dr. Quataserle, senior. Please have a seat here. And we have Sami Algamdi, professor from KAUST. Where do we have him? He might not have the microphone yet, so please go to the technician over here. And getting ready is Christian Donat, Managing Director, Eco Platform AISBL, who's joining us shortly. You do need a microphone, sir. So you need to go to the technician to get a microphone. Christian, please join us and we'll get started. While we wait for Christian and for Sami, I'd like to bounce off just a quick question with you, Mauro, after having listened to Luca here. What do you say about the risks of regulatory fragmentation across regions and countries? Mr. Rooney really shed some light on the difficulties, but also the possibilities, of course, of the work in the different regions here. Because we need to pursue the sustainability strategies, but what are the risks of the fragmentation here from your perspective, please?
I mean, the risks are obvious. That I'm one person, and there, of course, I'm part of an organization. There are many other organizations working on that, and the risks are big. We can only reduce such risks through communication and trying to not only connecting the dots, but creating the bridges between the different main actors is what we are doing. We are investing a big effort on that, on harmonization, simplification, putting all the relevant actors on the same table. We also need to keep into account that anyhow we can also have different political interests, so that it's not only a scientific or a methodological aspect, it's also a political issue where it is much more complex. And this is the complex system in which we need to move.
Thank you very much, and also again welcome Sami Garami and also Christian Donat here on stage. Sorry about that, you didn't get the microphones. That's not your fault. So again, please feed in questions to the panel. I'd like to continue here with you, Christian. We did have a little chat before the panel, and I'd like to have your views on the topic here at hand, because I know you have a little bit of a different approach, and that's very interesting. So please share your thoughts on the topic.
And would you specify the topic?
No, well, what we're talking about here is, of course, the new regulations and understanding the impact of them. And you have an approach from your perspective in your company.
Yes, well, Eco-Platform, as you know, is probably all know, hopefully all know, is an umbrella organization for the EPD program operators and other stakeholders around the EPD. And then we're trying to harmonize the approach of EPD. And that was our role of Eco-Platform in the first place, to do the harmonization in the voluntary area of the EPD. But now with the upcoming regulation, especially now the construction product regulation, we will have mandatory data soon. And on the building level, there will be the need for the mandatory data and for the voluntary data still. It will coexist, and not only temporarily, but permanently. And the question is, how do we make sure that there is consistency between the mandatory and the voluntary data? And that is a new role Eco-Platform will take on. So we have a governance system that, well, EPD International and other program operators are following. And we will have to adjust our rules, which we call the Eco-Platform standards, to the upcoming regulation and standardization, and are, of course, involved in the whole process. But that is changing slightly, especially for the EU, our role.
Thank you very much, Christian Donat. How do businesses ensure? Did I lose my microphone? I think I did. Let's see again. Try that, otherwise I need a hand microphone. I think I lost my sound. No? It's okay. I'm used to these two. So.
Normal. Technical issue.
Let's see if this is on. We
No.
switched on. Here we go. Now, it's important for the people in the broadcast. You might hear me anyways, but not the people online. So, when it comes to businesses to be able to ensure the rapid adaptation to of course, these difficult and ever-changing policies, it's not easy to follow along here. And also, they need to do it without compromising the stability and also, of course, the cost aspects. So who would like to shed their lights on these questions? How do we ensure this adaptation without the costs sort of just, galloping away? Maybe Professor Sami?
Yes, I can go for this. So thank you so much.
And you need some sound on your microphone too? I'll give you mine meanwhile.
So thank you so much. It's my pleasure to be with you here. So I come from academia, so I share a perspective here, especially from the developing countries, that multi-regulations and wide range of options that are available in the market, especially internationally, is usually dilute effort and duplicate effort here, and also may increase the cost, especially for mid-sized and small-sized companies. So harmonized regulations internationally in main themes, for example, in ISO standards, in life cycle assessment perspective, or life cycle thinking, that as a group is very important to make at least a framework of harmonization. Yes, there is a lot of details, there's a lot of challenges within those domains, but however, we are clustering them into a big domain that everybody understands. Just two sides of where is the demand for information come from. So manufacturers or small businesses around the world is trying to comply with two sides. The first one is a national regulatory within their national borders. They want to comply with it. And the second is, where's the customer? As we see in the previous example, how the company from Italy is trying to comply to requirement in Australia, for example. So this is the point. So how you can comply to the regulations in your consumer, end consumer. So those two forces actually sometimes make it very difficult for small companies, mid-sized companies. Large corporations, they have the capability to build very sophisticated teams that can do the work. However, small companies and mid-sized companies, they struggle trying to comply with this.
Thank you very much indeed, Professor. That was a loud microphone. So would anybody else like to share their thoughts on their reflections on the answer that the professor gave?
But I think that talking about we need to have a legislation frame, because if there is the issue, it is in which way you use this kind of data and for what kind of role. As we see before, there was the carbon border system. It is in order to be sure that to protect some of our activity, and in order to, because we are investing in order to a low carbon emission. Due to the fact that at the European level we have decided to have a zero net at the end, so we have to make the calculation for all our product and service. There are also service, not all product. We talk a lot of product, but service will be one of the higher part. And it's quite interesting because from the discussion of this morning, the question will be if the impact of make the calculation with the AI of EPD of one product could be higher than the impact of the product due to the energy cost of the AI. This is the question that is starting, but this is just underline how the issue is complex. So due to the fact that we need to arrive to have make a calculation of all product and service in terms of CO2 emission equivalent, so we have to decide in which way to do that and how to do it in a comparable way. And for this reason, to have common rule, it is important. The PCR, the PEF standard, whatever. As I said, I make the exercise to compare how pasta it is in terms of rule of calculation. It is more or less the same. Few difference. One, it is allocation. One, it is the allocation of in the durum wheat, how much from the durum wheat per se, the seeds, compare all the other economic or weight, etc. So the allocation, it is the real issue that on this discussion will be how much I take, you take, I give to the other, I maintain to myself of the impact that I make the calculation. This is at the end will be sometimes an issue that we have to decide some common rules.
Of course.
Like the how it is reach a state. It is a conventional way.
Thank you very much, indeed. Christian Donath, you had a signal, and then I have a question for Anna. So, Christian, I think your microphone works, so go ahead.
I hope so, yes. So there were mentioned some aspects of which have a cost impact. And yes, learning about Daniel's tool from BIM Object or BIMcom, using AI that only works with harmonized joint rules, or works only properly if we have common rules, hopefully accredited, so common quality, right? And on top of that, I would like to say that we haven't talked about capacity. We have quite a speed that these changes and rules and regulation are coming and hitting us. And we are talking only for the construction business. Mauro, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Oscar Nieto from DG Grow says always 430,000 manufacturers are impacted by the CPR only within the EU. Not talking about all the suppliers outside of the EU, of which half of the companies are 15 people, employees or less. So they all need resources, they need consultants, they need tools, they need verifiers or reviewers. So where do all the capacities come from? Where does the competence come from? And this is an often underestimated or not enough discussed part of the story, and that is a cost driver.
Thank you very much. There's a lot of competence, of course, in the room, and also all the people watching this. And I know there's a lot of competence in your Dr. Anna. So please, you have sort of labeled yourself as a black swan, which I think is a brave and beautiful title. And you work in also what you call the gray areas as a management consultant. Could you please shed some light on that perspective here? Because I find that very interesting.
Thank you, thank you. And I will also link to what has been just said. I would like to represent the approach of the management consultancy as a specialist on LCA, which is an area between two disciplines, management consultancy and LCA experts. Mainly, the consultants in LCA are classified as technical consultants, so that's the area. But the answer on this topic, that is harmonizing, that is resources, the answer is simple. Industries, companies are used to what they call externalities. That is the risk. Legislation always changes. We always have rules that doesn't comply, that doesn't harmonize. So what's the answer of a company or an organization? They react as systems. They are systems and they react as systems. So the way that we try to help them, even from the point of view of cost and resources, was exactly embed LCA in the system instead of asking them to understand and align with the requirements of LCA. That means that we work in the gray area because we have to know very well all the mechanism of LCA, and we have to know all the tools and the methods of management consultancy. But in the last 15 years, my group, 2 consultants company and 2 university together in mapping LCA, we have demonstrated that this is worthy and the costs are very low. Many of our projects, the companies are still ready for the digital product passport now, because if you develop everything in terms of a system, embed it in the system that is the company, that's done.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Anna Bortolucci, for sharing that perspective. Of course, if we focus on the SMEs specifically, there are many SMEs in the world, and of course they face difficulties, competition for larger corporations, etc., etc. So how would you say, and this is a question to any of you that would like to share some thoughts on this, what mechanisms are in place to support these companies in this transition to work with more transparency and more LCA and EPDs? I'm looking at you, Marco. Yes, I am.
You are forcing me to start, okay. I think that, as I mentioned before, there are several ways in which SMEs are addressed in order to facilitate the LCA practice. So first of all, we need to act on simplifying the rules as far as possible in a way that still can make sense. But then the big effort must be in providing also the tools. I think that we also have a responsibility to educate the small, medium enterprise and the users of LCA on to give them the tools in terms of data, software tools or other tools, and also the training opportunity to help them in making good sound calculations on LCA.
Thank you. Professor Al-Khabdi, do you have any thoughts from the academic perspective from KAUST on this?
Yeah, absolutely. So from a developing country like Saudi Arabia, what I would like to share is that we work on multi-levels. So one of those levels is enabling the market in terms of infrastructures. So for example, the availability of national data, high quality national data that can support everyone. So this is one of the work that KAUST as an academic institution working with the Saudi government to develop that national LCA inventory. The second one is capacity building, training programs, research initiatives that we do to build capacity across the nation, working to qualify or enable consultants, small companies to launch small programs or small products that they can go through the market. And the last one is also helping shaping the regulations, the standard, the certifications, establishing EPD Saudi Arabia. All this work is coming from academia, helping at multi-levels to make the market enable to flourish using LCA to meet their goals within, as I mentioned, the national borders or internationally.
Thank you very much indeed. Dr. Anna, would you like to add?
Yes, I really enjoy that you named training and knowledge. So as we work mainly in Europe and in Italy, we have a lot of SMEs, okay. So I would like to share with you a little secret of our development of LCAs in SMEs. If you look at the organization as a system, I would like to say for manufacturing SMEs, they have one plant. We stopped looking at the product line and flows, and we looked at the plant. So our LCA model is just the simulator of the plant. That is the core, the origin of the system. So in very small SMEs, modeling the plant, and all the products go through the plant. So all the products that go through the model are immediately have disposal and LCA. So was very easy, but we needed to train people of the plant because at that time, we need someone that is aware of how to use the model. But it's very easy for them because it is difficult for them to understand an LCA of a single product, but they work on the lines, on the production lines every day. So if you train them and you show the simulator and the modeling of LCA you have developed, that's very easy for them, and that is how you embed LCA in the organization.
Thank you very much. Christian Donat, you have an intervention here. Please go ahead.
Of course, sticking to the construction sector mostly, because the CPR, I think you asked about simplification mechanisms in place. I think the CPR mentions explicitly some exceptions for SMEs. I think they should be mentioned, even though we don't go into details. And I would like to add that associations, so the specific associations, but as well Construction Products Europe, for example, on a more European level, and platforms like Eco-Platform is especially built, so we have driving forces, so the big ones, taking the example from the POs, the big ones like EPD International are driving the developments, are supporting it with a lot of resources, and the smaller players, and that is exactly the same for the industry and for SMEs, and the smallest are benefiting from it. Not only the achievements, but as well the network, the exchange, the knowledge, the training programs we are doing, the workshops or roundtables we're doing. So that is exactly what we're trying to do in bringing the information out in a comprehensive way.
Thank you very much, Christian Donat. Would you like to add?
Yes, only to underline that the association of, in particular, the medium and the small and medium company are one of the key factors in order to make and involve them, because this is it happens also in Italy. I've done for another reason some project on that, and this is quite interesting way because normally the reference from the medium and the little company are normally them, and if so, this is possible to arrive and to explain something through the association of them.
Thank you very much. Let's dig a little bit deeper into the cost aspects here, because companies need to be able to measure and also validate of course, the economic benefits of these processes of integrating sustainability into their business models, right? Especially when you have low margins. What are your thoughts on this process for businesses that really have low margins? How do they transition faster into this field of LCAs and EPDs? I mean, we touched upon this already a little bit, but maybe some more thoughts on the system here to make it easier, even easier. Yes.
I start. As I said before, the issue is why you are using that. This is the key question.
The first question, yes.
The first question is this, because you can measure for measure, it's not. you measure because you want to reduce or because you want. For example, when I started to do, make my example, the issue was I make the first analysis, then what surprised me 20 years ago, it is I was convinced that the higher impact of my supply chain and all was production and packaging, because I have big plants and a lot of packaging. When the first time I make my LCA, I found out that 80% of impact it is from cultivation of durum wheat and cooking phase, 20% all the rest. So I said, again, we have to start to look and understand what we can do in these other two areas, 40% cooking, 40% cultivation durum wheat. And then I started to work on both of them, but in particular with the farmers. And this started a lot of 15 years ago, a sustainable cultivation program, and now it is strengthened. So using the life cycle assessment in order to understand which are the hotspots, quite interesting to see that there was one in the presentation that doing for the Commission, they say, we want to understand the hotspot. There was a quite interesting exercise done in US with the Sustainability Consortium with Walmart, where that make exactly the same thing. They make analysis for all the different kind of products. What are the hotspots? And then they develop a tool where quite interesting because they make the right question for each hotspot of each different company. For example, for pasta, they say, hey, how you are doing this for the cultivation? You are using some system or not? And because this is the real right question, you know, to understand which will be.
Thank you. Mauro Cordella.
Yeah, thanks. Of course, I will provide an answer on this from a regulatory perspective. I'm not the owner of any business. So I want to say that when we do legislation as regulators, we act on market failure. So we do it for a purpose. So from our side, for sure, and when we do that, we also have an impact assessment where we also assess what are the benefits and also the economic benefits of doing something or not doing anything. And this is perhaps something where we can also invest more in communicating the benefits of doing something. But then if I think to the SMEs and to companies more in general, when you apply LCA, you have, first of all, LCA is a very strong tool to manage the value chain, optimize all the process in the value chain, and this will have a direct impact also on cost reduction if you manage it well, short-term impact. Then, as of course, you can also consider externalities. This doesn't have, at least now, an impact on companies, but for sure it can have a longer-term impact on the business. It can also address through double materiality, anticipate the companies of what could be the cost in the future, both in terms of impact on society, but also to respect the requirement from legislation. If you do it well, you will have also a reputational benefit, and more idealistically is also being knowing that you are doing this for the good.
Thank you very much indeed, sharing that perspective. Anna Bortoluzzi.
Yes, I would like to do a step forward, because my answer is the answer of the management consultant. What I think is the LCA is a strategic tool. It depends, even if you're a small company, and it depends on in which market you are. Strategically, where are your competitors? So the thing is not only approaching like the legislation does, but as a strategic tool, and we have demonstrated with facts in many cases, because if you think strategically, it can help mainly SMEs to show the advantages of their approach to sustainability. Many SMEs, very small, are very virtuous on sustainability, and is the way to help them to show the properties of their products. So must be used strategically. So you need a strategic plan before you apply and propose LCA.
Thank you. Christian Donat, you wanted to intervene, so go ahead.
And I want to come to a different point. So basically, in the past, the improvements in efficiency and of the front runners, that is one part of the answer. But for the construction, or with the construction product regulation and with the upcoming mandatory building life cycle assessments and benchmarks, the game is changing. You have to do it. You have to provide the information. It's mandatory. And the information will be or the environmental performance of the products will drive the competition. So there will be tenders for construction products, and if your product has a better performance, you will make the sell. And so it's not a question anymore only of efficiency internally and how you optimize. That's of course a big benefit, but it's a must. It's a commodity. And then you better start early, because the lack
Always
of
better to
capacity
start early, yes. Thank you. I'm now turning to the questions from the audience, because we have received quite a few. The first one goes to Mauro Cordella. Speaking about data integration, how are you going to deal with privately owned databases? Currently, there is very few free access data. That's a good question.
Well, this is a major problem that we have at Commission level, but also as a community. This is a major barrier. So we are putting an effort. It's not an easy task to open the data market. I'm confident that this is just a matter of time, but for sure the future of data cannot be close to only to few provider of data. It must be open. So we aim to have a database or a data network with public available information there. We need to see still the details on how this can be materialized. It's not something that we can have from one day to another one. It will require time. It will require exploring different strategies, and also to have different interesting actors involved to move into the same direction.
So when you say soon, when is soon?
Soon, this is a big question. So if I could, I would say that we need this yesterday. Many times we have this.
That's a very diplomatic answer. Yes, good. I understand. It's impossible to predict from your perspective on a stage. But yesterday, of course, we would have needed them. So here's a question for Luca Ruini. Let's say here, it states, about the food industry, how to think about the declared UDIT that is a good comparison for the final consumer. There's also this discussion about the nutritional values.
Yeah. When we took, one of the main projects that I have developed was the double pyramid concept. It means how to put together nutritional and environmental impact. The good news it is we don't have to talk about each kind of food, but we have to talk about diets, which means what we eat during the weeks, during the month, in order to have a variable, because it is not, it is a way to diets, not to each kind of food that you eat. This is one, when we talk about nutrition, we have to talk about that. The interesting thing it is, and this is part of the study that we have developed with the foundation about the double pyramid concept, that was born exactly from the study that I have done on the LCA, because when there was a professor of Roma, Carlo Alberto Pratesi, that came in my office and we start to talk about what we are doing, then he said, Luca, it seems that what you are doing, it is an upside down pyramid of the nutritional FDA on nutrition. It's simply the opposite. When you eat more fruit and vegetable, the impact is quite low. If you eat more on the other food, the impact is higher. And then they say, we started 15 years ago. It seems like that. Let's see from the data public available, and this was true exactly. And this is the reason why, if you have a more sustainable diet, and the Mediterranean one, it is one of the most sustainable, but there's a lot of other on that. Then you have also a lower impact. If you look to the footprint of the European and in Europe, about 40% of the impact it is what we eat. But it is one that if we want, we can reduce in a quite interesting way. When we make the studies, we found out if you reduce, you move some protein from animal protein to the vegetable protein, only about 50-20% of what you eat, then you can reduce about 15-20. It is quite huge. It is easier sometimes, but we're talking about diets and on that, and it is changing habits. It is not so easy on that. Even if in Italy in particular, we are even if we are changing on that. But these two things go together, and we have to talk about diets, not each single type of food, from my point of view.
Thank you very much. There's a question here about AI, and I think I'd like to pose that question to the academic. I mean, you're all academics, but to the professor from KAUST. And it says here, do you think AI will remove the need of simplifications in LCA regulations? I'd like to have your academic perspective on this one, please.
Actually, yes. AI can help us to overcome the complexity of LCA, to dig deeper and keep the complexity. No need for a lot of simplification. One question that I have been encountered in the past and try to work on it is the confidentiality of data of companies. This is one of the most complex tasks. When you collect data, there's a lot of confidential data that's owned by the companies, and they want to make sure you don't disclose it. AI can filter those data easily, can maintain the confidentiality of the company, collect the data in a more efficient way, and at the same time maintain the complexity. We don't need to simplify the process. The process can be done in a complex way, but the use of AI.
That sounds beautiful and simple, but I'm sure it's not quite so simple. But it's nice to have it outlined in a positive way like that. So, a question to you, Christian. You mentioned that mandatory legislation will be established for the construction sector. We know that. So, the question here: what is the timeline for similar requirements in other sectors? Because I think you might know this, specifically electronics. Do you have this knowledge, Christian? Or maybe somebody else in the panel.
I'm not sure whether the question would be on the regulatory part. Then the question would go to Mauro. If it's directly to me, it's probably rather the extension of the scope. For example, at the moment, at the Eco Platform standards, we are focusing on the 15804, so construction products. But we have task groups in place that are currently working on extension, regional extension, more or less, to the ISO standard 21930, but as well to other sectors, especially EEE, so electronical and electrical equipment. And there's a proposal under discussion, so that process is ongoing. That would be our first extension to other sectors. And yes, we have members, such as from the chemical industry, steel industry, and so on, who have a vital interest of having a harmonization throughout the sectors.
It's tightly connected to the construction business, of course. That's why I figured. And you have there's so many questions for you, so I wanted to bounce it off somebody else. But please,
if you want, I could say something about
this.
Please
do.
Yeah, from what I know, from a standardization perspective at the European level, Senelec is following this. So there is also there an interest to harmonize by the producer of electronic and electric equipment. And I think that there will be news soon. But the idea is to implement the international standard and then to also to find achieve harmonization at European level for this product group. Then when it comes to legislation on EE, I cannot say anything. If there will be something, I think that this is there are some equipment that are in the working plan for eco design. But then if there will be a requirement, there will be first a preparatory study, and then there will be public consultation, so with all the environmental stakeholders, and there is still some time before this will materialize.
Thank you very much. Let's take a few more questions here. I have two more that I'd like to pose, and then you need lunch. It's always important to eat. The brain draws a lot of energy, we know that. So let's see here. This is a question that I think anybody who would like to share a good example could do that. The LCAs can be mandated when there is access to data. For a new industry or country jumping into LCAs, how can we push for nationalized inventory databases? Any good examples from your perspectives here on this? Anyone?
Well,
just hand up.
For instance, there is now a lot of work done on data. As I said before, we all struggle this problem of having access to public data. But the good thing is that there are many actors, the European Commission, at agri-food level. We have France, the Netherlands, Germany, Spain, I think, that are all active, in Italy as well, in this sector. We have many private new emerging entities. If we go beyond, we have China. So we have many countries. I'm really sure that it's just a matter of time and when we will be able to break this issue. And what we can do is just to follow the main action and contribute each one with the power that has to make it progress.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's take a last two reflections here, and then actually we need to eat, because otherwise we won't be back on time. So Christian.
Mauro, I love some of the member states, and some of them contacted me already quite some time ago about their national database that they were to set up, and they started working. My concern was talking to very different departments, people, seeing very different ways of setting this up, alarmed me, so that we run into the next Babel Tower confusion on the national level with these national databases. And that is when we started getting involved in this initiative, Open Climate for Data initiative, to do something like a database for generic EPDs, so that there could be a starting point for all these national databases, something like shared effort, and they could take that and nationalize, taking over liability, national energy mix, and that is ongoing work. So that would be nice to connect on that.
Yeah. Thank you. Two short reflections, one from Luca, one from Anna, and then we need to finish.
Yeah, well, when we talk about the database, that it is the key issue, that's the political issue, because I well remember when there was a discussion about which kind of energy mix must be used for the PEF, for the pasta. It was quite interesting to see the discussion, because Germans want average Europe due to the fact that they use carbon. On the other hand, France want to know, I want mine, because they have the nuclear, so it means zero. So the discussion was, when we talk about this, we have to think that they have an impact, because there are some country. This is the reason why France try to use some label on the product on shelf with the environmental impact and CO2 emission. Then was stopped because you say you can go. Why they have done this? Quite easy, because they have a nuclear power electricity, so they have an advantage as a country on the emission linked to the product, to the energy used on the product, and so the impact of all the product built in France. Or making an example, quite interesting, in Sweden, they make...
we need to just do it a little bit short, because they're hungry.
Also in Sweden, there was some retailers that make some way to make some point of, and then what quite interesting, what jumping in the methodology, quite interesting. If it is a local product, they have a lower impact. If it is coming from abroad, not. So they say, this is just to say how this kind of topic needs some standard rules, because otherwise this is what there's behind that.
Thank you very much, and that's why we're all here, to make it more standardized and more transparent, correct? Anna, you get the final word here.
Just one short message in a bottle to our community of LCA experts from a management consultants that looks at the SMEs. So we are talking a lot of transparency. That's good, obviously, but we have to talk in the future about reliability of LCA results. You can be transparent and not reliable, but SMEs, on the result of an LCA, they put resources. So as really is good to say you apply the LCA, the EPDs, and then you have value back from the market. But you have, if you invest your money on wrong information, that is a real damage. So let's start talking about reliability of results and not only transparency.
Thank you very much indeed, all of the panelists here and all of you writing great questions. It is now time for lunch. Those of you that have food intolerances, etc., please go to Ariadna at the reception desk, and we will meet back here. I'll give you extra 5 minutes, so 5 after 1. And please be back on your seats, because we need to start then. Enjoy the lunch, it's upstairs. Thank you. Round of applause to the panel.
Thank you. Very good.
Thanks to you for the professional moderation.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Luca.
Thank you very much. Sorry about the microphone.
Grazie.
I miei studenti hanno studiato il caso Barilla per 17 anni.
Bene.
Clapping.
Ciao.
Well done.
Ti lascio.
È una tua responsabilità, chiaro?
Che cosa?
How about now? How about now? Testing, 1, 2, 1, 2, testing, 1, 2. Can you hear me? Testing, 1, 2, testing, 1, 2. This is about how loud I talk. That sounds good, that sounds good. I think everybody can hear me. After lunch, people will be tired, they'll be worn out, they will be full, they'll be ready for a nap. Testing, testing, testing.
All right. Let's see if I get some sound. Excellent, please. Take your seats. Please enter the venue. Please take your seats. I am a bit strict here because we need to respect the time of the speakers and also the viewers online, because they probably don't have the wonderful company and the mingle opportunities that you have here. They might be sitting on their own in their kitchen table waiting for this to start. So please take your seats. And also we have a wonderful program after lunch that we'd like to be able to fit in as much content as possible. So, thank you. We start strong after lunch with a keynote on the topic of scaling EPD production with digital tools. And the subtitle here is How OpenEPD Can Be the Tool. And it's my great pleasure to introduce the Managing Director of WAP Sustainability Consulting, William Paddock, who's the CEO. Please give him a warm hand. And you have our full attention.
Thank you. What a better place, can't think of a better place to be than Palermo. This is lovely, and I get to talk about something that's been a really fun journey for me over the last so many years, which has been scaling EPDs. We've already heard a lot of dialogue around that, from process verification to AI to the need of being able to do 2 million EPDs, but how mechanically can we do that? And what are some of the tools, formats, functions, and things like that we need? So for those of you who don't know WAP, company I started about 16 years ago with a co-founder. We're a US-based LCA consultancy and a software company. So we have LCA and EPD generation tools. We also have a very robust LCA team. So my LCA team does a lot of LCA and EPD work. And we live in the classic way in which we generate results from Gabi or CIMAPRO or OpenLCA. We convert those into some document, a Word, Excel format, and we send them off in Outlook to verifiers and then get Excel formats back, and we compare our Excel version to theirs and rewrap our minds around. We live this process day in, day out that so many of you probably live. Over some time, there's been some, I'll tell you the story of how we got this, but we realized, I think there's a better way to do this. There's more modernization, there's more software, there's more sophistication to make the EPD process a little bit easier, especially as companies move from doing 5 to 10 EPDs a year to 100 to 200 to thousands per year. So, what I thought we might start with is this concept of digital EPDs. And I realized in doing this and preparing for this presentation, that's probably the worst thing I could do. I think about my own LCA team and my own company, which is there are about 90 of us. The term digital data is a terrible term. If I say digital EPD, everybody in this audience, their mind goes somewhere. And you are all incredibly smart people, and it's not the same. We're not saying the same thing when we say digital. We throw digital EPD word around, sort of like Italy throws pasta around. I mean, I've been here now 11 days. All pasta is not created equal. I have figured that out. So digital EPDs, not all created equal. So, thinking that digital EPDs are some data structure intended for machine readability, that's not where I want to start. In fact, I want to start with a story instead. A tour guide in Syracuse told me Sicily is the land of tales and stories. And I said, okay, well, that fits. Let's go with that. So in 2021, WAP acquired 2 different companies. We acquired a company called Coldstream Consulting, which had built an LCA and EPD generation software for the concrete industry. We also acquired TriSite Engineering, which was a PhD-led LCA and EPD generation software that had built a tool for the asphalt industry. Okay, so 2 LCA and EPD generation tool softwares. We said, ooh, great idea. let's acquire them both, bring them in, put their knowledge together, and then we'll have a better platform for scale. The problem was these PhD-led teams, very smart people, very wonderful tools, the underlying software was built on 2 different data structures. So the compatibility of these 2 softwares actually wasn't great. So logic would tell us like, oh, both people are generating LCA and EPDs from the software. We would think that the data structures would be similar, like built from similar ISO standards or different PCRs, of course, in the different industries, but the purpose was the same. They were both creating LCAs and EPDs. How in the world could this possibly be that different? Turns out it was. They were really different, which led us down this path of which one's right. Like if we were going to scale, which one of these would we use? And then the story complicated itself. Customers of Coldstream in the concrete industry were being asked to put their data into a platform, a database of EPDs called EC3. And that database had its own structure. And that database didn't care about Coldstream's structure, it cared about its structure. So now we had to take our data from the Coldstream platform, change it all around to make it fit into the EC3 platform. All right, great, maybe that's the future. If the customers are asking for EC3, we should just align with the EC3 structure. Well, that didn't work, because then we had customers from the tri-site side of the business started saying, hey, I'm producing European EPDs, I don't know about EC3 and this OpenEPD format that they talk, but I need EPDs in the ILCD plus EPD format. Okay, another format, great. How similar is that? Well, it turns out not very similar structure to the tri-site data structure. And so we said, ooh, gosh, now we have 4 data structures that are counting. Like, what's the difference between EC3's OpenEPD and ILCD plus EPD? Like, why do we have all these different digital data structures? And so we started to look into this. We said, this doesn't compute. And again, smart people, PhDs, like, this is supposed to be standardized. We should know how to figure this out. So we started thinking and said, LCA. When we do an LCA, there's so much data that comes out of the LCA process. And we have an EPD. And so just for argument's sake and the build of this slide, we assume that in the LCA and in the EPD is all of the data, right? Like that's all of the stuff that we do as professionals in this space. And the offsetting colors of the format are sort of intentional, as there's stuff in the LCA that's not in the EPD, and there's stuff in the EPD that's not in the LCA, right? So we've abbreviated certain things, and we've simplified other things as we move from the LCA and EPD. There's proprietary information in the LCA and so forth. And then we looked at the data structures, and we realized just comparing ILCD plus EPD, you essentially had a variety of different outcomes. They too didn't line up perfectly. So the 2 sort of global or regional-based data structures weren't even aligned in what the data was. And so we started to kind of break that down and say, okay, in ILCD plus EPD, we have in the top only ILCD plus EPD data. Like that's the only, it's not found in OpenEPD. And we have ILCD plus EPD and OpenEPD aligned. So we have, a B and C value that is the same. So it's same data, may not be structured the same, may not be named the same, but thematically it's the same data. And then we had what we call the D value, or the OpenEPD only value, meaning that what those fields were not in ILCD plus EPD, so they weren't present, right? And then just to shock ourselves even further, we found out that we had this E category of data. It's data that wasn't referenced or it wasn't deemed important enough for the digital record, but it lived or stemmed from either the LCA or the EPD itself. Right? So this A plus B plus C plus D totals on this right, that connects us back, plus E I should have added, connects us back to all of the data. So this really prompted our minds as we start to think about digital and how does WAP, or how does the industry for that matter, start to create digital data, not data in PDFs that then gets machine read to then become digital, but how do we actually create? What data do we actually want? And so it prompted us to ask 2 critical questions. One is, what data do we want? And 2 is, what data do we need? Mauro had a slide that might have been intentional, might not, but a good LCA, I think, was the comment. That I read that as not the best LCA ever. I didn't hear terrible quality LCA, but good. So I think there is a difference between our wants and what our needs actually are for the data. So this question sort of, prompted, at this point in the story, I don't have a format. I'm just participating with the formats that exist. And we started to see other formats emerge as well, other tools. You've got the Pathfinder project, became PACT, and then ISO2025. I think, Jane, you had a big part in that here. And we started to see more data structures, additionally, as we saw all sorts of new LCA and EPD generation tools come into the market. And so if what I was experiencing with Coldstream and TriSite was true, let's assume that every LCA and EPD generation platform is doing the same thing. So now we're something like 86 data structures and counting in terms of the world of us generating EPDs, how many different data structures, naming typologies for data. So it inhibits a lot of things, which I'll kind of get to. So what else did we do? We said, all right, WAP, we live cross-functionally, we live globally. Let's get some smart people in the room together and talk about this. Let's get, this effort was led by Building Transparency with Ecoplatform and Indata and C-Change Labs, who's the developer of the EC3 and OpenEPD platform. And we did kind of a roundtable discussion for purposes of figuring out how to collaborate and potentially come up with maybe a single global digital EPD format. And I'll tell you, the conversation didn't go great. It was a lot of, my format's better than your format, and here's why my format's better, and your format's not as intelligent as my format, and, anyways, didn't work out. So we left these questions unanswered, right? What do we want? What data do we need? And this leads to compounding digital issues. If you take these digital issues or these incompatibilities, when you're starting to digitize EPD data, the issues multiply. And turns out, just to kind of run through this, scaling digital EPDs is hard work. And there's lots of opinions and smart people, and there's ambiguity in the standards. And rooms like this one really built the current EPD system. And it's hard not to get critical about when we don't understand why somebody else is doing something. So 86 different digital formats and counting, lots of different tools, different structures. I think it's worth empathizing. This is a challenging state for us to grow to and grow from. And so to finish the story of my journey through digital EPDs and the formats, is we acquired C-Change Labs in October of 2024. And C-Change Labs was the developer of the EC3 platform, and one of the assets that came with that acquisition was OpenEPD. So now I'm in a different position where we have financial responsibility currently for the OpenEPD format. And so as I shift gears from the story of digital, I think it's important to sort of frame our minds around what we've done. One is, you heard today that the LCA has become an instrument that's connected to so much policy, and that's just the European perspective. There's 47 different states and municipalities in the US that have a form of BICLEAN or LCA and EPD regulation. So, part of me wants us all to stand up and just cheer for ourselves and say, we've accomplished something that so many have probably didn't view would be possible up at this point in time. We've succeeded in making the EPD a highly demanded instrument for the purposes of regulation. And so scaling for us is really about moving from one set of problems to just another set of bigger problems. Right? It's a change management order that we need to think about. That's a Ben Horowitz quote in a Harvard Business Review article. So we have a vision and an idea for what we think OpenEPD can do to help solve and move things forward. And I use this slide so much because I think it explains where we are in the moment. There's a professor by the name of Robert Luckey who is accredited with this DIKW pyramid. It's a data, information, knowledge, wisdom pyramid. And I think this summarizes data and data creation so well, is that we start with creating data in this sort of disorganized manner, but we just create data. And a transparency document like an EPD is just data. We throw it out, and it lives in all these decentralized program operator repositories, but it's out there, and if you know where to look for it, you can find it. But what happens is, and where we're at right now, the little hiker guy on the mountain, I think, is symbolic of where we are. We're moving to an environment where we're starting to structure that data. We're starting to aggregate that data. And we're starting to seek knowledge and wisdom from that data. You know, looking for lower carbon products in the same product category. We're looking and benchmarking ourselves against our competitors to figure out, am I inefficient? Is my carbon footprint higher? We're using that information in different ways. Yes, we talk about comparability and regulation, but there's all this other soft purpose that comes from this. And so we want to move up the pyramid here. So information, knowledge, and wisdom come from what I think is a more open system. And I think it's important for us to recognize that that's what people want. It's part of what we need to do to protect the EPD and protect the quality and the aspirations and the how people want to use the EPD. So, you know, a quote from me here is, to protect the EPD, we need to make it easy for people to use the EPD. People want to use the EPD. Let them use the EPD. So, within this, the vision of this. So, OpenEPD is a global EPD format. OpenEPD is a global digital EPD format, and our goal is to power knowledge, trust, and action with this. We want trust and transparency, we want interoperability and usability, and we want a solid, sound governance and stewardship process. So the 3 points of, there's a lot I could go down with OpenEPD, but the 3 main things I want to dive into is, one is governance. We want to have OpenEPD was the original database structure behind EC3. And so, but it didn't really have a mechanism you know, for governance or advocacy or market integration that was needed at scale. If something with OpenEPD changed, then, you know, we would have to change our software. So we want to have a better platform for that. We want to have a better process around convening the body, a convening body to steward the format, resolve conflicts, build consensus. We need a process for when the format gets updated, when there's additions, solutions, revisions, right? So like this all needs to be defined through governance. And then the format. What I would say is probably the most impactful thing is the world needs to answer the question of what data do we need and what data do we want. And I don't think that question has ever been posed out to the market, but that's one of the key things we're going to do. So QR code here leads you to a place where if you're interested in governance and staying informed around OpenEPD, that's really where we're at. There's so many different models that we're looking at in terms of how this could be structured. We just want to hear whose interest, and we want to make sure that like large-scale LCA and EPD production is involved and represented in that to support scale. We're looking for governance representatives from like government, from LCA practitioners, software, developer engagement. Global is intended to be a part, and it's a non-competitive place. We don't see this as a competitive benefit. We see this as an industry-supported benefit that will eventually probably, the governance structure will change something in terms of how we have this set up. We're spending time in both eco-platform with one of the with digital working group, I believe is the term. Ben Ciavola from our team is part of that. But you know, opening and refining digital requirements for the European landscape. We're also creating and defining digital requirements for the North American landscape as part of some subgroups and technical working groups within the American Center for Lifecycle Assessment. The process I sort of mentioned is we want OpenEPD to have a change management process. So as the format improves and gets better over time, or a regulator needs certain things out of it, there's a proper way to notify everybody. There's a proper way to manage that change. So it just needs a smart change management process. Part of my role too in this is to help socialize what we need digital EPDs to do and create a narrative so that everyone can sort of get on board with what digital EPDs are and can do. And some of the case study examples is like a Wi-Fi or USB that has this interoperability between different programs and different technologies. And so that's a key part of this. The other sort of socialization is that we're not really talking about EPD creation in a PDF and then digitizing it into a database or a data structure. What we've changed from WAP's perspective is that we're publishing data first digitally. We're creating the OpenEPD, and then the OpenEPD can generate a PDF if someone needs a PDF. But we're not going PDF to digital, we're going digital to PDF. The goal is for it to have all of the same rigor and credibility. I mean, most of it already does. And there's still so much to sort of learn through this because we have all these complications by region, by PCR, by program operator, et cetera. So there's a whole, how does this all integrate together is still something that we're working to figure out. So again, the key with the socialization here is that we really want to be clear about what data we want, what data do we need, answer those questions, embed that into the OpenEPD format, and then make it accessible. I'll end quickly just more on EPD. It's a structure intended for machine readability and OpenEPD creation. Currently, OpenEPD statistics, the database that the EC3 database that I mentioned that powered the original OpenEPD data structure pulled EPDs from all over the world. In that platform, there's 196,000 current valid EPDs. So I know we've had a couple different data points that are in that from a total of 3,875 different companies. So that's PDF data for the most part that's been digitized into the OpenEPD format. So that's the current landscape. And a lot of that is done through this sort of adapter approach where we're taking data, configuring with some form of an adapter and then moving it into different formats. So 196,000 EPDs and counting is what the OpenEPD database currently has. Again, the goal being data interoperability, make that very streamlined, simple, so that it can move to tools for people to use the EPD data and work cleanly with people creating EPD data. Licensing, currently the specifications are freely and openly licensed under the Apache License 2.0. There's some name and logo references and some specifications on our OpenEPD forum website, and then just recognize that we're in this process of building out further governance, membership, revenue models, and things like that to be explored to essentially let the format take care of itself. We think it should be self-sustaining in one form or fashion. So I'll wrap up there, and I guess we're to some questions, right?
Thank you very much indeed, William.
Thank you.
And please, we have a few minutes for questions to William, so if you have something in mind, please type it in. Otherwise, meanwhile, while I wait for questions to be fed in, could you elaborate just briefly on the collaboration aspect here? Because I think that needs to be even clarified a bit, so people really feel that this is not just a one-man band or a one-company band, but it's a collaboration project, right?
Yeah, I think we know if it's a one-company thing, it's not going to be successful.
No.
We sense that, and I don't think this is a place to compete on. I think it's a place to make our lives easier so we can do more and meet the market demand. If you were asking me what keeps me up at night is I worry we make the EPD process so complicated that eventually the market works around us, and we move on to something like PCFs or in the building and construction space we have this emerging simplification process that SIBSI's got with TM65 and kind of LCA, but kind of the market will go around us if we just like a stream. If there's an impediment in the stream will move around you, and so. I think this is a way in which we can really scale the EPD ecosystem, but it's got to require some collaboration and some egos have to be checked at the door.
So your door is open.
Door is open. Let's play.
Excellent. Question just came in. Do you see a path toward harmonization between OpenEPD and ILCD plus EPD? And if so, what would the main challenges or steps needed to get there? What are they?
I think as you saw in the image, the function is similar. We want a way to have digital data in a straightforward manner. I think the issue is that we've got different data in both of the formats that has to be resolved. And so it could be a future where we just align on what that is and we still maintain ILCD plus EPD in Europe and OpenEPD and who knows what China or another part of the world will adopt. But Could go that way, or we could say ILCD plus EPDs fulfilled its function, like its purpose. It's the older digital format of the two, and maybe it's time to move on from that. But we'll have to see what I think the answer is. What's the stakeholders believe? How do we set up this governance structure, and where do people ultimately want to go?
Let's take one more question. Do you agree that the exact format is not the critical issue, but there exists a commonly agreed mapping between the data point used in the different formats/systems?
So yeah, maybe I'm too pragmatic or not technical enough from that. Is I just see we'll never stop mapping. I mean, that's all I've been doing is mapping. Is mapping from one platform to another platform, but we've never created a base digital format. If we create a base digital format can map back to something, I think that's okay. But I haven't figured out how to get ahead of, there's 86 different formats. I can't, I guess you could map, we get AI to map to all 86, that's the answer. But I think we can be more thoughtful around that, and then also have a standard that regulators and other things, or a format that regulators and other programs, users of data can point to and say, yeah, I understand this data, I understand how it's structured, it communicates well, and I'm happy to get it from wherever I choose to get it.
Well, thank you very much indeed, William. Pleasure listening to you. And we were getting questions here about your PowerPoints. Can they be shared?
Yeah, yes.
They will be shared.
Yeah, we'll share those out.
Because there's a lot of cameras up, but you don't have to worry about it. You'll get the PPDs. Give William a warm hand.
Thank you.
And now we move on to a second panel. We are going to focus on implementation. And we will also get some chairs behind me while I do this introduction. And just like before, please send in your questions to the panelists on Menti. And the title of this panel talk is From Regulations to Implementation, Harnessing AI, Digitalisation, and LCA/EPDs to drive business transformation and, of course, sustainability, which is always the bottom line or top of mind here. So, we have two chairs. I think we're going to wait for the chairs before I introduce you, otherwise it's going to get very, very messy up here. So again, please do write questions in Menti. The previous panel, there were great questions coming in. So I have some prepared, but it's always nicer if we get the interaction with you watching online and also you in the audience. They're heavy, those chairs, huh? No? And now the staff have to stand up in the technical room because we're taking all the furniture. I guess that's okay. Okay, thank you very much. So please join me in welcoming Ri Wang from the IVL, Swedish Environmental Research Institute. And also join us Fabian Diaz, Climate Earth. Please join us on stage. And James Stabilko from HCL Tech. And Pietro Bartocci, Rice Processum AB. And last but not least, Roger Ian Singleton from Riscoa Limited. Please give them all a warm hand.
Oh, there's a snapshot. Nice to meet you.
So the first question goes like this. How can organizations ensure the accuracy and also reliability? We talk about this all the time, but we need to drill this in really the accuracy and reliability of the AI-generated sustainability data. Especially when used for regulatory compliance, of course, this needs to be really waterproof, right? And public disclosures. And I know that, because I've spoken to some of you prior to this conversation, and I know that you, Pietro, would like to intervene on this point, and also that you've prepared a slide.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for inviting me first. I wanted to introduce the work we have done with the United Nations Environmental Programme. That was structured this way. So we have two working groups. The one on the left was mapping the different applications of AI. This means data, but not only. And then ethical aspects and organizational aspects. Organizational aspects, we intend how the relationship between experts, practitioners, software companies, and clients will be affected. Thanks.
And this was a collaboration with the United Nations, but there were many organizations involved in this process also, correct?
Yeah, exactly. We are a group of 20 people collecting companies, academia, and research center. Companies are very much welcomed because the sector is booming.
And as in all the introductions here and all the panelists and the speakers, of course, if you want to know more in detail, you can always reach out to the person at hand via email or at the venue if you are here. So, I'd also like to ask you, when it comes to validation frameworks, the third-party verification mechanisms are, of course, needed to confirm the integrity of AI-driven EPDs and sustainability reports. So, who would like to elaborate a bit on this, the aspect of third-party verification? Hand up. Who's the fastest? Go ahead, Fabian.
Thank you. Yeah, that is a great question that coincidentally I have been working with in the last couple of weeks, because when it comes to current LCA tools for automation or even EPD tools for automation, those tools so far have had to be transparent enough for a third-party verifier to come and check what they have done. But as we saw this morning, AI has been disruptive and is growing quite fast. And what I have learned is that we don't have verifiers prepared to go into an AI tool and check how the algorithms work, because it's so new, right? So first of all, yes, we need probably some AI flows to speed up LCA and EPD adoption, but we also need to build capacity on the verification side. And the tools need to be, yes, reliable, as Hannah said this morning, but they also have to be transparent enough to guarantee the reliability and to guarantee that verifiers can do their work properly.
Thank you very much for sharing that insight. Would anybody else like to? Yes, you do. Rory, could you start, please? Yeah. Yes.
Yes. I'm an EPD verifier, so I have some experience for EPD2 verification. And as we know, AI is improving so fast, and we like AI. Actually, before I joined this meeting, I have talked with AI about our discussion yesterday evening. So I try a lot of AI, and yeah, as Fabio mentioned, there's a lack of knowledge or regulations about AI2 verification. So I would like to invite maybe people here who are involved in AI together to create some guideline or regulations on EPD International or EPD Eco Platform together. I think this is very different from tool verification, because it's sometimes it's a black box. You don't know different technologies. So it should be a lot of information to be verified comparing to the normal EPD tool.
So we need to train AI.
Yes.
That's what you're saying, basically. We need to put in more reliable information and tools, so when we use it, it becomes more accurate.
Yes.
Thank you. James.
Thank you. I think this can also be taken in a couple of ways. So you have the data that needs to be verified right from the bottom up, but at the same time, when it comes to the objective of what the AI is doing from a top level, that also needs to be properly verified and properly looked at, because at that point it's more of the art. So from the bottom up, it's more of the science. From the top down, it's more of the art. And so if we're training it with good data, then fantastic, we're going to have good things out of it. But at the same time, the objective of the AI at the end of it has to be going in the right direction. Another point is when it comes to regulation. So the European Commission has a regulation which comes out on how the regulation around AI is kind of being generated. So what is it that the AI has to do to be valid? That isn't true everywhere else in the world. And so that's something where we need to verify what the AI is doing at the same time as verifying what the sustainability aspect and the LCA and EPD is doing.
Thank you very much indeed, James. Roger, being the CEO of a company, I'm addressing the next
Sure.
question to you.
I thought you were on verification still.
Yes,
but
okay.
we'll talk about
No,
all of it.
let's move on a bit, because I know there's lots of questions coming in from the audience. How can companies manage the integration of AI tools with existing legacy systems and data sources, which may not be standardized or digitized?
Yeah, great question. I should probably start, I think, by laying out that we have an AI platform. So I'm aware we're not very well known in the EPD space, but we've been doing AI LCAs now for about 18 months, and we started in the rail, aerospace and defence sectors.
And you are based in?
In the UK.
Yes.
Yeah. So our tool is called NVDA. Have a look, whenever you want. We started doing scoping and data ingestion through to AI modeling, through to AI reporting, and I can talk to you a huge amount about verification if you want, and how the AI does its method. About 18 months ago, we've been on a journey ever since with that. Coming back to your question, though, there, so you're saying about data integration, what, between things like customer PLM or ERP systems, or do you mean about bringing AI into the existing suite of LCA and EPD tools? Because there's a whole range of existing platforms of LCA and EPD out there that are built on kind of legacy architecture. Then you've got an emerging set like us of new next-gen, LCA tools. And we purposely built our data architecture around integrating with multiple agents and things. So I think there's two ways to look at that. If I answer them maybe I'll answer the main one, I think, because what you're, I think, after is the whole way that we build emissions outputs at this point is we take some form of activity data and match it against some kind of emissions profile somewhere to make a result for a certain part of the life cycle or something. So you're trying to get those two bits of data in. OpenEPD is an example of bringing in existing emissions, one that could maybe go and be used as construction components in a wider building LCA, for example. How do you get those in? And the same with activity data. Most of these guys, James was telling me at lunch that what he struggles with is finding out the original bill of materials for a client and things like that. So you could do it generally via the traditional APIs. APIs are a key part of any AI tool or any software tool at the minute. But what I think is clever is if you can put AI in the integration layers between the platforms, I think there will need to be integration-style DBs that are driven by AI that can do that correct data parsing and cleaning and in between. But to be honest with you, I don't actually think that's overly challenging. I think that there's plenty of skill sets out in the wider software space that'll be able to nail that. And they do in a great many other applications now outside of LCA.
Thank you very much indeed. Anybody like to add to this question, to this topic?
Yeah, maybe
yes,
I can add something, because the AI, it's improving very fast. Every day we see new things. Maybe what I said today is not applicable for tomorrow. So, but from our practice, I think there are some maybe experience to share with the company's data, because now there are very powerful AIs that can do everything, like ChatGPT or Gemini, very big one, but they are general. It's if you use it to produce a full LC, it's very difficult. But if you separate all of the tasks into very small pieces, then the AI can do very good work.
Yeah.
That's
so
one.
Slicing the sausage,
yes.
so to speak.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're nodding.
No, he's absolutely right. I think Daniel mentioned it this morning about splitting off, parsing off prompts in smaller amounts makes that AI much better. If you go on and give ChatGPT 1,000 words that's got 5 salient points it has to solve within there, it'll probably do the first one great and then fall away. If you split that off and send them as 5 different prompts and you build upon that layer in the background via an AI architecture, it'll give you a stellar result. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Pietro.
Yeah, maybe an aspect can be data selection for the training. So not only the prompts, let's say, but to use a kind of evaluation of the data that we are using for our AI. So to make a subset, we have already seen this morning, and new ways to evaluate uncertainty and quality. Yeah?
So when you put in quality data, you get good quality data coming out the other end. That sort of makes sense. Yeah, it does.
All together.
All right.
I'll just leave you with one point. I read an article about agentic AI, which is the idea of using multiple agents. So you've got AIs interacting with other AIs towards a common goal. They said that the one big problem they see coming now is AI's gone way ahead, way faster. Actually, the production systems, the platforms that host the data, can't be built fast enough and change fast enough to absorb back all the relevant new insight that data can do. For example, new scenarios, we could create 100 of them, but where do we put that data? Like, it'd be hard to maneuver into a production system. So, yeah.
Thank you, Roger. Would you like to add, Fabian?
I must agree with you, Rui. In the last year, for example, at Climate Air, we have been analyzing how to use AI in a way that is meaningful and it still holds the LCA and EPD quality we need to keep. And what we realize is that, as you said, it's not so straightforward to build an AI tool and tell it, just do this LCA for me. No, it doesn't work like that. But there are parts of the LCA and EPD process where AI can help us. Logistics, if you have a lot of good data for create mixes inside the company or different product designs, that can be done as well. Creating reports in fixed templates, like an EPD, for example. EPDs are most of the time a fixed template. So you can use AI to help us with those repetitive and time-consuming tasks, and that will help us a lot to keep and move faster in the automation towards regulation that is coming very soon.
James.
Yeah, thanks. Just so it wasn't left out. No. I think also there's a point that needs to come in here about accountability as well. So who is in charge of which part? Because it's very easy, I think, to let it go to saying, okay, this is now AI. This is what AI is doing. That's fine. It's dealing with this and changing it between each platform. But then at each stage, who is in charge of which bit of data? So when there is a problem, that problem can be resolved with the right person at the right time, in the right place. Because otherwise it could very quickly, if there is an issue, that could blow up into how that's then managed to solve that problem.
Well, thank you very much indeed, James, for that one. How about the sort of the balance between automation and human control of these processes? How do we navigate this in this sort of in this field between man and machine?
Sure. So I think one part is to have maybe, it was being referred to earlier in maybe a dual sense of saying, okay, so we have the raw data that's fed in, this is what this is going to kind of eventually end up at when it comes out as the EPD. At the same time, have a control to be able to say, okay, how should it be looking for errors? How should it be looking for anomalous data? But at the same time, having points where at each stage of the system, is that data verified going into the system at the first place? If the data is verified going in, then you can trust that data all the way through. If it isn't verified going in, or if it's kind of rubbish data that's put in, as we've said before, kind of rubbish in, rubbish out, then we have a problem all the way through. So verification at the beginning, and also at any point having a human eye look at it at the different stages that can do the analysis to say, is this a credible output or not? So that dual part.
And that sort of goes back, takes us back to Daniel's first keynote this morning.
Absolutely.
That when he had this colleague in the middle, and there was like a cross, it was like X'd out, but no, it's not. We need the human factor, we need the human brain to be able to control what else is going on. Yes, please, Pietro.
Yes, I connect with this topic always with the work we are doing. We are trying to assess the risk of AI. And this was done by comparing the principles of AI, because many regulations have traced those, and we can find them in, for example, Algorithm Watch website used to collect the principles of AI, and matching them with the ethical principles of LCA. These ethical principles, we found them in, let's say, ethical and technical principles of LCA. We found them in the ISO norms. ISO 1467 has some principles, and also some associations like the American LCA association has some ethical principles. And we are matching them slowly to find, and this made me think that human control is an AI principle. So in the general regulation, also the European one, which is more detailed, is one of the principles.
Thank you, Pietro. Yes, Fabian.
Yeah, not
Is it Fabian or Fabian?
Both are.
Both.
Good.
Okay. That's easy. Depends on what country you're in, I guess.
Exactly, depends on which language and country I'm in.
Yes.
So, not to repeat what you just said, and I agree with it, I just want to also add that, to me, if not the first, but at least the second human factor that that has still to be in any AI process and in LCA is the interpretation part. We live in a system where for-profit organizations are legally bound to create profit for shareholders, and slowly we are shifting toward a system where environmental data and environmental performance is also part of that legally bounding system, right? And therefore, there has to be responsibility and accountability. Therefore, in my opinion, AI can be a great tool to give us data, but there has always be someone that is in charge of interpreting and making the decisions based on that interpretation. We cannot leave that to a machine, no matter how well trained it is. Or at least, if it is very well trained, we can use it, but there has to be accountability.
Check and double check. Well, thank you. Let's turn to the questions from you in the audience. How are we going to prevent issues like prompt insertion attacks that can unfairly trick AI to promote one product's EPD above its competitors? That's a good question, isn't it?
Yeah.
Who would like to sink your teeth into that one? Fabian, go ahead.
Yeah. I think that is a great question, and somehow it can be solved if we follow the same approach that we currently have for EPD tools, or at least integrated EPD tools. When you have an integrated EPD tool, the whole tool is locked away from any user. The user can only play with certain parameters to create an EPD or an LCA result, and that should be a similar way to treat AI tools. You cannot leave it fully open for those type of attacks. Of course, there are technical challenges related to that, but I think the same principle should apply.
Thank you. Pietro, you're smiling. Is that good or bad?
Yeah, a very short note. I think that the LCA community needs now competencies on data analytics and cybersecurity.
It's a big topic.
Talking about capacity.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
We have to learn some.
Anybody else, Roger? Yeah.
No, I'm grinning. I'm grinning. I'm trying to think through the question. A prompt attack is anywhere where they're inserting data that they want it, to replace something that you've done, and then then you're into the domain that a prompt is a trigger for any AI response, etc. I think again, just a lot of core IT principles around cybersecurity and things, just embed them quite well. And you read the statistics. Most of the AI attacks, cyber attacks, whether AI based or not, come from someone clicking open a malware email or something like that. I think good hygiene gets you a long way.
Good hygiene.
But what I would also say is that you use the same mechanisms that you're going to need in place for trust anyway on making a good LCA, because a prompt attack's one thing. What about just an inexperienced user in a certain domain? That's kind of the same thing as a prompt attack. It could give us a bad LCA. So I think you need the same trust frameworks, we use multi-agent feedback loops, one that checks the other multiple times and then, reconfigures, things like that. The other thing to not get carried away is we still use an incredible amount of just basic coding in our system as well. There is no AI tool out there that is just AI. There's still a ton of standard coding-based things. So you could easily put in things like divide the amount of CO2 per the unit weight of this thing. And if it's above 20, 50 per kilogram, flag it. Get the human back in, yeah? Yeah. So it's a hybrid of all the elements that are needed. I don't think we're hands-off yet, or we shouldn't be.
We probably never will be, will we?
I don't think we should be, but it's tempting, isn't it? Like, I asked it, ChatGPT what to do on my holiday the other day, just because I was busy, really. So, yeah. And
it didn't send you to the moon?
Not quite, no. Recommended a bar, though.
A bar?
Yeah. So that's always a good start.
Maybe later.
Yeah, I was disappointed. I wish it had recommended 5, but yeah.
So James, you wanted to add?
Thanks. Just kind of a final point, which kind of follows on as well, which is about and it goes back to the verification, and it goes back then into traceability of where that information then comes. Yeah. So once you finally got to the end part, can you back verify where all of that data has come from? So if at any point there has been some kind of malattack or not necessarily, as Roger was saying about the maybe misinformation being put in the first place, can it all be traced back so it can be verified all the way back to source, and then you can see where it comes from?
Thank you. We have more questions coming in. Thank you for that. When it comes to scalability of LCA EPD, the AI is the only factor considered. What about scalability of human resources, their training, competence, and the need for LCA depths in the industry future? So we're now turning more to the human factor. What would you like to say, and who would like to start? Do we need to educate and train and have more people?
Yeah.
Physical people?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Having done this for a bit now, we still advocate human in the loop. We still advocate in all our data terms and conditions that this is output that you as a user are generating. You should check it. And you should be, can't remember exact terms now, but have sufficient skill set to use this, etc. That's all the legal kind of speak, isn't it? I think that'll reduce. I think it'll reduce, but I think humans will always need to be in the loop. I follow a similar narrative that what I think AI is asking the LCA practitioner to do is turn from the pilot of the aircraft into the air traffic controller.
That's a good metaphor.
You run more LCAs, you have your metrics that feed back altitude, speed, where they are, and then you as the aircraft controller triage the highest elements to sort. Maybe waste has not been allocated correctly here, or we think there's double counting here because we're not sure. And then hopefully the LCA practitioner can triage 50 in a week rather than doing 1 in a week kind of thing. Would that ever be let go? I don't want to see that yet, to be honest, but I think it's an enabler still, and you still need good people.
I think it's a good clarifying metaphor. What do you say? Flight control instead of the pilot.
I come from aerospace, sorry, that was my
and I talked about space before. That's a coincidence. I didn't know you came from aerospace. So Fabian and then Pietro, please.
Yeah. The first thing I would like to say is that AI is not the only way to scale up and automate. Here in the room, there are several representatives of tools that we have proven that we can do EPDs at scale without AI. But AI is here, and I think it's a great opportunity to do it even faster than we have done it before. So that first of all, and then I think the human will always be needed, the LCA expert, because even if you use AI in certain activities, you will still need the human and the LCA expert to build the ground LCA model. We saw this morning a very good example where you were ingesting data using AI, but only because you already had an LCA model built. And to
build
build
from.
that, you need the expertise.
Thank you. Pietro?
During our work, we collaborated with the American Center of Life Cycle Assessment, dealing with resource training, and that could be an example because they have much training on the resources and also an evaluation for each operator, which is very good. And one thing that could be nice also is to have a professional association of LCA practitioners,
that's a good idea.
like accountants they have. And
What do you say about that one? You know, association of the LCA professionals. That's will they be certified too?
Sorry?
Should the people be certified in this organization?
yes.
I mean, should there be like a certification?
A kind of professional unit.
Professional
we have,
vetting.
We have national networks in Sweden at least, and Italy they are very active, but a professional association would be another.
The global
thing.
one. See who picks up on that one and starts this. That might be. Huh?
One interesting thing last week, obviously, is One Click LCA announced they were taking over Simapro in an acquisition. So that's two heavyweights in the marketplace.
Indeed.
But interestingly, their media output was to hit 1 million users by 2035. So they see a human trajectory behind this, that they would have 1 million people that are generating out LCAs and EPDs. So some people in the market, see a rapid rise in the amount of people doing this.
Thank you for sharing that. Yes, Rui.
Yeah, I want to add something, because AI absolutely it's a very good to scale up the EPD and LCA, but there are more important things for LCA experts to do. For example, for the standard development, like PCR development, a lot of things to do. So we can do more important things, and even, for example, the EPD program operators like EPD International. Now there are 20 employees, but a lot of work need to do. So more people are needed, and we need to do a lot of training to scale up not only the AI capacity but human resources.
And on that note, do we have enough young people coming into educations from your perspective? I mean, you're based in China, but you work in a Swedish organization. Do we have enough students that are fit to move into these positions?
Yeah, not many, but we are doing the training in the society. Yeah.
The other representatives here, are we worried about this? Because sometimes, from my perspective, when I lead sustainability events, there is a big worry on the lack of students going into the fields of science that is needed. James?
Yeah, absolutely. I think absolutely with this, and I think that with what AI is doing in terms, I think there's a lot of concern. I think in general when it comes to is AI going to take over everybody's jobs? What are we going to be doing? How is it going to do? And it's not. And it was pointed out before that it's not going to take our jobs. It's going to make them evolve into different ones. And how is it then that we kind of show the new students who are coming in what it is that needs to be done? And so there seems to be a trend towards more higher level, more creative jobs that aren't going to be taken over by automation, but then there are going to be other ones which are done. So in the Industrial Revolution, it was our muscles that were kind of taken over by the machines. Now we're saying, okay, now it's our minds who are doing more of that, but that's in more of that, say, grunt work part instead of the more creative, analytical way of processing that stuff. So when the students are coming in, what is it that they can be doing? Well, it's actually more of the fun stuff. So that should be the drive into saying, okay, cool, now we have the data and everything in front of us. How do we use this? How do we analyze it? What can we now pull out from it? Exactly. To the previous point as well, when it comes to the human interaction of jobs, that at the moment, because of how AI has evolved and how in sustainability we've evolved, we either have experts in LCA and sustainability on one route who are experts in that, but not in AI. And then we have the experts in AI who are specialists in this, but not in sustainability. And so a lot of it is how do you get that crossover so that somebody knows both sides? Because otherwise we're going to end up with a blocker of somebody knows a lot about this, but doesn't know the end goal, or somebody knows how to do this, but not necessarily in the right way.
That's the field that Anna Bertolucci was touching on in the previous panel.
Yeah.
Fabian.
Yeah, I would like to offer a different perspective. You were
Please do.
mentioning about this goal that companies have about training 1 million people. But what worries me sometimes is that, yes, I see a lot of newcomers into the LCA work. People is interested in LCA, young people. But the problem I see is that they are being trained in how to use a tool. They are not being trained in how to do LCA. And that is why we have people nowadays that don't want to even read a 60 pages PCR. They want to trust an AI tool to tell them how it is done. And then they are not able to make the right decisions on an LCA process.
The shortcut generation, that's tricky. Don't be offended if anybody is in that generation. You're not the ones. You're not the shortcut ones sitting in here, obviously, or watching. Thank you, Fabian, for pointing that out. There's a question open to all of you, so it depends on who wants to answer, because we're nearing the end of the panel here. In your opinion, should companies prioritize quick wins with the digital tools or invest in long-term scalable systems first? And how does this affect the implementation timeline? Because we also talked about timelines earlier today. Yeah, the need for speed and also, of course, accuracy. So who would like to? James, go ahead.
Thank you. So this is something that I kind of run into on a daily basis in kind of being client-facing as well and talking to customers about LCAs and EPDs and where the problem is. And there's a lot of problems at the moment with companies who have been dictated from somebody on high that they need an LCA. So they go about and do an LCA, and it's costly, and they don't understand why they need to have it, where any of the benefits come from, why it's an advantage to have this data. If it is embedded within the company from the beginning, either from the designer all the way through from the suppliers and back again, then you can use this for innovation, and it brings the value of the LCA and all that data to the fray much quicker, much faster, and the innovation is quicker, and everybody within the company will have much more of an understanding on why it's important. So that's why it's, in my opinion anyway, much more important to embed it and for it to take slightly longer, but then it'll be much more efficient down the line rather than just going for a quick win now to satisfy what regulations or standards there are.
Thank you, James. Any other reflections on this question? Roger?
A huge amount, but
yeah.
A few things that drop out for me. I'm definitely a longer-term systems thinker, like what James is saying, and I prefer that. I think some of the issues with that I see is that I think you need to do a level of modelling to almost the same level of effort as the LCA to look at the future business case and the design of what you need to do in a change and compare everything, which is fine, but most people that I find that do an LCA in the traditional way are exhausted at the end of it. I don't just mean the practitioner, I mean that SME person out there. They're like, oh my God, that took 6 weeks. I had to delve into 1,000 Excel files just to find out what I was doing and all that kind of, you know what I mean? They're worn out at that point, and they're like, let's just take a break, consolidate, and then think about it. So actually, although my long-term engineering systems ideal world is more what James is saying there, I think from a change management perspective, on smaller customers at least, quick win is always a good way to kick off change management within an organization. So, what a long answer, yeah, but bit of both sides, but I think quick wins helps on the smaller ones that don't have a deep layer of sustainability embedded in there, definitely, yeah.
James again?
Absolutely. I mean, just kind of following on from it as well, he's got a very good point there that a lot of times as well when it comes to LCAs and EPDs, and this is maybe a geographical question as well. I mean, in the EU, it's quite, well, it's regulated, and so companies are more aware of what it is they need to do, when they need to have it, why they need to have it. If you go outside of that, it's less regulated and there's less demand for it. And so a lot of the questions sometimes, or a lot of the problems can be, they have no idea why they would need an LCA or an EPD. It's excess bureaucracy for no reason whatsoever. It's going to cost time, money, effort, emotion, everything else to get done. And so just by implementing an LCA in the first place, at least starts to teach or to train, like we've been saying about before, the people who need to know why it's a useful thing, so they're now aware of what it is, then you can move to the second stage of it being a more embedded and a longer term thing.
It's like an appetizer.
Exactly that. Yeah. Are you hungry? You don't know yet. Have an appetizer. All of a sudden, famished. Yeah.
Just give me more.
That's it, yeah.
Well, wonderful. Well, time is up for this excellent panel. Thank you very much, Rui, Fabian, James, Pietro, and Roger for sharing your insights. Please give them a warm hand. And thanks again for sending in brilliant questions to me on Menti. It's now time to say goodbye to the online audience. Thanks for staying with us. Sorry for being a bit late for the breaks coming in. I hope you had something to do meanwhile. You were waiting for us. And keep up the good work, all of you. This is important. As I said, I've worked in the field of sustainability for 25 plus years, and I understand the importance of what this work can do and is doing. So thank you. And now to the audience here in Palermo, there will be a break.